It is 7:06, right on the nose, Central Standard Time, and I am live from the Infowars.com studios in Austin, Texas, and we have got a four-hour original transmission coming up tonight, including a documentary dissertation, Joel Skousen and myself with Strategic Relocation, the film. And what is it, a 2-hour show? Now, very excited, and I'm very honored that tens of thousands of you tune in at the start of the show every night, and I don't know, 50,000 or so end up watching it every evening, and then millions every week once it goes to YouTube and other places watch it, and hundreds of thousands download the MP4s we post at prisonplanet.tv. But I'm not telling you these numbers bragging. We reach 15 million people every week on the AM and FM radio and satellite and the rest of it, XM, which is huge. What is unbelievable is that the TV system we're building and all the beta testing we're doing the last year and a few months, 16 months or so, is really coming together by the grace of God. You build it, they will come. And I want to give you some good news. You know, not this last Bilderberg, but the Bilderberg before last hit the zeitgeist. 3.5 million views on Justin TV alone on a channel we never even use. Count the other live stream things. So we can't pay for our own bandwidth. That's why we have subscriptions. Is that's you're literally paying the cost that, you know, to get you the high def downloads and the decent quality streams. So I'm just kind of giving you a state of the info war here for prisonplanet.tv and the nightly news before we go to this huge piece that we just finished minutes before I went live. That's why some nights I do a little bit of live before we show you the tape to air show. And some nights now we go live, period, with all the different packages we've put together, because we're just gauging everything before we create that 1-hour power-packed transmission. And so that is what we're doing here. And all of you that are prisonplanet.tv members, it's because you were able to do this. Now, one prisonplanet.tv membership is $5.95 a month. If you get a yearly membership, you get a couple months free. But before I had it where 3 people could use the same username and passcode, so it was $5.95 for 3 memberships a month. Then I boosted it up to 6 as our servers got bigger and better backup systems, because the site's had a few hiccups over the years, 9.5 years. Now we've got it running well enough that I am now announcing one $5.95 a month membership is now going to be 10 memberships. That is 59 cents a month per membership. We're talking about what, $6? What does that come to? If it's $5.95 a month, and you get 10 of those, that's 59 cents. What's 12 times 59 cents? I'm public school educated, folks. Help me. The point is, you're talking about $12 or something off the top of my head. No. It's got to be more than that. 12 times 59 cents is $7 and something cents. Well, okay, whatever. The point is, because I just announced this on air today, I said, you know what, our servers can handle it, and prisonplanet.tv span for itself. One membership, we need to get some banners for this. I've told the crew this, the great graphics people, we need to explain. One membership is now 10 memberships. And all you got to do is create a username and passcode that is not, repeat, not your bank codes, obviously. People said, well, how am I going to give this away? My password for prisonplanet.tv is my regular code. Create a new code, a silly code and a silly username, and then send out to 10 friends and family, hey, here's your gift subscription to hard-hitting InfowarsNews.com. If prisonplanet.tv scares them, InfowarsNews.com will get them there and say, all these films, if they're Democrats, we got films about the Republicans. If they're Republicans, we got the Obama deception. It all exposes it's controlled, but get them to watch it, get them to wake up, because what I want is hearts and minds. What I want is to wake people up. There's many documentaries. There's 25 of my films. There's dozens of other films we've been authorized to post about the North American Union, Camp FEMA, Don't Tread on Me, Police State 4, The Rise of FEMA. And tonight we're going to premiere and stream Strategic Relocation, the film, breaking down the globalist master plan to try to sneak attack this country and how to protect yourself. So there's 9.5 years of material. I've been on air 17 years. A lot of the material pre-prisonplanet.tv is there. Get a prisonplanet.tv membership today to fight the prison planet, and get your Christmas shopping done early. Put the username, passcode in the card. Say, this is an amazing subscription site. All you do is put this username and passcode in. That's whatever you make. And if you already have a code that you don't want people to know, you can go do a procedure that's real easy to change your username passcode. Or go get another stinking membership, $5.95 a month. You know, sign up for another year and get even more discounts, and then have that as the other account you give people. That way you've got your account, and if your friends and neighbors share the other account, because when 10 people do log in simultaneously, it will block you out. So keep your membership you've got now, go get the other membership, and share that with people. Because here's the deal. 4 or 5 times a year, we will have free streams for a day or so of prisonplanet.tv on election night, or if some big event happens. And the bills have been $16,000 before, especially one time when I went 2 or 3 days, because hundreds of thousands tuned in. Guess what happened? And I was showing the reports yesterday. Guess how many people watched on one day, election day, November 6th, through to the next morning. 24-hour spell, 230-something thousand. In fact, they were showing me the reports this morning. That's people that logged in and watched it. Okay, folks, you're like, well, Alex, you just said you have millions of listeners every day. What's the big deal? That's something that took me 17 years to do, and by the grace of God, getting on AM and FM stations and building. This is something where, without even putting this on cable and satellite yet, which we're getting ready to do, the average MSNBC show has 200,000 viewers. The average CNN show's got about 300,000. The average Fox, about 1 million. Do you understand how fundamental it is that we could have, over a 3-day period, 3.5 million viewers on Justin TV? Go look at the channel. It's like 4 million now, because we never even use it. It was like 100,000 on there from us using it in a few tests. We did it, 3.5 mil. And again, I'm not bragging. Look at our big audience. These are people we're reaching. This is exciting. We can beat these people when we engage them. I mean, it's like blowing up a Death Star on the X-Wing. There's like 10 more Death Stars to blow up, but we've proven we can blow these things up. Why do you think I came out with this, that we sell at cost? We have subscriptions for $59.95, shipping included. More than half the cost of $59.95 is 12 of these in the little envelope and the sticker and the shipping and handling. Why do I sell these at cost? Because it's what I really want is the hearts and minds. And imagine you give friends, family, the police station, the local Masonic lodge, the local Jewish synagogue, the Catholic Church, the Seventh-day Adventists, the Muslims, whatever it is, the library. You give them a subscription for $59.95, and physically, look at this, physically, and we put some of these out free in Austin as a test. People just grab them up next to the other. And imagine, you're walking along seeing the regular pablum, you see The Secret Life of Zombies, Infowars.com. What's going to happen? You're going to pick this up. Look at that. He's getting one over there. That's when we did a little point about how people are actually going into zombie-like state. And it's a giant color magazine with cartoons, crossword puzzles, factoids, New World Order information. All right there. You can also buy them in 10 packs, 20 packs, up to 50 packs, and 100 packs, and then give them to people. You want something to stocking stuff? You want something to give to friends? You want something to take to church? It's like a big color book. Got a big poster in the middle. Romney, Obama, either way, your vote counts. I mean, this is the type of stuff we're doing in here. I mean, this is a power-packed piece of material. And it's getting bigger. It's 60 pages long now. And you go to prisonplanet.tv and you subscribe, you support us, but you also get something to pay forward, 10 memberships for the price of 1. It's all about you getting others to wake up. There's just so many things you can do. You get them in bulk at cost and hand them out at work in places or church. You give people subscriptions, and then 12, and we do have back issues sometimes left. So the first issue, we'll send them a couple copies when supplies last, which they are right now. We sold out of the first issue, not the last 2. We almost have sold out of the second one now. The point is, while supplies last, they'll get a couple the first time, and then each month, more. Imagine 12 of these. You put their address in when you order the magazine, where you want it mailed, and then boom, 12 of these, 12 of these, 12, 12, 12. I mean, that is a cool weapon right there. 12 on different topics coming to their door. And you can tell them or not tell them. And a lot of people donate to their local libraries. Well, that's what you do. They just know it comes in. People know, and boom. Oh, well, here, let's just put that in the magazine rack. Oh, let's just put that right over here at the local library. I mean, you've got to care about reaching out to people, and we'll kick these globalist butts. And again, they're still busy editing and just putting together the monster transmission that we put together tonight. Mike Adams coming up. He's got 2 guests, including Steve Quayle. And who was the other one? Joe Nobody. I missed that part because I was busy, but I'm sure that's an interesting interview. The point is, then we've got Melissa Melton on the aspartame and stuff and almost all the candy and even sugar-free gums and how it's killing people. We've got, the key big report tonight on guns and the fact that people are in denial that they're announcing they physically want to ban all semi-autos and make you turn them in, even though Dianne Feinstein's saying it. And this wild callers I had today saying I was making it all up. So we went and put all the proof together for them. Yes, the government is coming after your guns. So there is that report coming up. All this and more tonight. Strategic Relocation's over 2 hours long, ladies and gentlemen, and it's powerful. And that's coming up at the end of the show, the end of the transmission. That's why we're not rolling all this yet, because they're busy trying to still get all that lined up and ready. And so, if you have a membership and you're watching right now, did you give it to friends and family? Do you ever try to go log in and it says too many are logged in? Well, it's time to get another membership. But most of you probably never even shared your username passcode, did you? Well, tonight's the night. Because I told Max to turn it up to 10. Did they do that? They did? Okay, I did it today on air. We've turned it up to 10. I asked like a year ago, I said, can we turn this up to 10? They said, that's not a good idea. We can barely keep this thing going. Now we've got the servers, and things have been working a lot smoother. I'd say, about 98% of the time they're really doing good. Thanks to all your support, we're tweaking it, grassroots building it. Go and give, if it's using a passcode that's just for PrisonPlanet.tv, call your friends, call your neighbors, call your family and say, listen, they got proof of the plan to ban guns coming up on this channel tonight. Here's the special code to be able to watch it. Hey, they're going to expose that every major gun at the convenience store, gas station, drugstore, store we went to, every major one. From Target to H-E-B, you cannot find regular gum. My kids don't get gum. We have to order it online, Beeman's and stuff. Everything has aspartame, all of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break down all the mainline studies, even new ones saying it makes you obese, brain damage you, liver failure, everything. And people are feeding us their kids all day. And now it's showing up in candy bars. It's not just in the mints. I mean, it is just absolutely everywhere. And you can go to the National Institutes of Health. This is a chemical warfare operation. Most of these idiot companies don't even know it. I mean, because they just trust the government, a bunch of eugenicists that want to reduce our population, done all the secret experiments on us. Warn people, care to tell people. I want to go do the gun show. I was thinking about burning this, because people won't listen if I'm just holding it up and showing them documents. If I went and burned it, people would pay attention, or better yet, shot it with 50 cals. So we'll have to do that, like where I attack it with machetes, attack it with sledgehammers. I could dress in a gorilla suit and go and beat on it. I mean, you got to, anything so your kids don't, die from this. Rob, how long you want me to keep rolling here? 25 more minutes. All right. Just 5. Dude's in there. Red 5 standing by. With those headphones, the way he's got that on in that cap, it almost looks like, he's one of the rebel guys and one of the Y-Wings about to get blown up. Oh, man. So, my kids have been calling me right before I went on air. They said, Daddy, please come home. You come home late all the time. Please come home. Please come home. Please come home and play board games with us. And I said, I'm coming home right now. And then Dude said, I'm not going to have this ready on time. And I thought, we've got tens of thousands of people watching right now. I respect them enough that I'm going to be here, because my children have no future. Your children have no future if we don't turn this around. And we've been able to build this so far thanks to you taking action and voting with your dollars. Sure, the electronic voting machines have been proven to be a total fraud. They called the election before most states even counted any of the day's votes. Prop 37, obviously people didn't vote to not know of GMOs in their food. Now they're going to tell you the voting machines voted to take your guns away. They're going to tell you the voting machines voted for a national draft. They're going to tell you the voting machines voted that you want to jump on top of razor blades, you know, and cut your nose off and jump in a tank of alcohol. It's all pure, absolute, unmitigated garbage. And the fact that we now can switch from studio to studio and talk to Gerald Celente when he was in Ireland and do it all and have 230+ thousand people tuned in that night. Oh, and the video streams, not to mention, I didn't get the numbers on the audio streams. I bet those were in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands like our podcast is. I mean, again, that's not when I was even on terrestrial radio broadcasting to millions. That is exciting. That is incredibly good news. I know I've already told you about that. You know what? Let's while he's editing that, not that I can't just keep talking forever. Let's go play, because it's so funny, the Dan Badandi, John Bound piece that Bound put together of them as zombies. I forget the exact name of it. If not, it's on YouTube. And we'll play that and a couple more pieces here for you. And then I'm going to go home and see my kids for about an hour or two and go to sleep. I'm going to get some early shut-out. I can bed about 10 o'clock tonight because I've already seen Strategic Relocation. If you go to YouTube, if you can't find it in our computers, the name of it is something like Infowars Attacked by Zombies was not one name. Alex Jones Attacked by Zombies was the other shorter one. And then the one with them, type in zombies. Oh, you already had it? Well then play that. Yeah, but it's the one, but there it is, Zombies Attack Hidden Camera. That's the one we want. It's Zombies Attack Hidden Camera. Do you have that one? Yeah, play them both back to back. And then, folks, call your friends and family. Because, hey, if we can just fire this up and have millions on Justin TV when we do that, or fire it up and have, 250,000 or close to it watching, just keep paying it forward. Keep spreading the word. Keep getting more people, because we're going to beat these globalists. And just wait till you hear the people in denial about the globalists wanting our guns. So that is coming up. You guys ready to roll that? All right. I'll be back in the taped dimension. How long is it, dude? Have you figured out how long it is with the film tonight? 4 hours? Okay, I'm sorry. It's a 5-hour transmission coming up. Yeah, the wild horses could not pull the team away. So special reports, all of it, 5 hours. You want it, you got it. Bye, guys. Here is the Loving Zombies. Alex Jones here reporting on a virtual army of out-of-control zombified yuppie sheeple marching around everywhere chanting mainstream media slogans. We're here reporting on this epidemic that is spreading and the mass murder of psyche and critical thinking. A worldwide phenomenon of trendies becoming more and more mindless and being in zombie-like trance states, worshiping mainstream media, American Idol, and Justin Bieber. Is there any way to awaken them? Is there any cure to this virtual madness, the mass murder of the mind and critical thinking?
Second Amendment bad.
You poor zombie. Here, you need this.
Is there any hope? Tune in next time. Can we cure the zombies? The presentation you have just witnessed is a test. Are you conscious? Are you aware that you are being manipulated? Or have you descended into a dreamlike zombie state that much of the public is suffering from? In the power-packed November issue of Infowars magazine, we detail, with the scientific facts in 4 separate articles, the proof that the public is being brainwashed Our brainwaves are lowering, our IQs are dropping, and we are being turned into nothing more than biological androids. You can buy copies of Infowars magazine at cost in bundles of 10 up to 100 and give them to your friends and family. It's time to shake humanity out of the trance that they're in, and the November issue of Infowars magazine is designed to do just that. Sign up for a subscription or secure copies at cost in bulk today at InfoWarsStore.com.
Fluoride is good. The chemtrails are great. Mainstream media, they tell the truth. Fluoride is good for you. The Federal Reserve is good for us. Chemtrail big. They smell good. Good for air. GMO food good. Obama tell truth. Romney save country. Mainstream media tell truth.
Obama, Romney, vaccines, good, good, television, good, Romney, vaccines, GMO, good, good, Obama, he buy me phone, Obama buy me phone, good.
I vote Obama. He give us phone. He gonna do more.
Keep Obama in president, you know.
Yeah.
Obama phone, good.
You disability, you welfare, food stamp, you get free phone. Obama another 4 year.
Romney sucks.
Bad.
Obama good.
Romney good.
GMO good.
Fluoride good for teeth.
TSA gropey good.
TSA stick hand in my pants for safety.
Drones overhead good. Vaccine in arm good.
Mainstream media tell you truth. Nuke Iran.
Good.
Romney nuke Iran. Obama support unconstitutional Patriot Act.
Romney supporting NDAA good.
Obama support that too.
Romney Medicare good.
Obama Medicare good.
Drones Romney good.
Drones Obama good.
Romney good.
Obama good.
Romney good.
Obama good. Romney good. Romney good.
Romney
Romney good. Romney good.
The presentation you have just witnessed is a test. Are you conscious? Are you aware that you are being manipulated? Or have you descended into a dreamlike zombie state that much of the public is suffering from? In the power-packed November issue of Infowars magazine, we detail, with the scientific facts in 4 separate articles, the proof that the public is being brainwashed. Our brainwaves are lowering, our IQs are dropping, and we are being turned into nothing more than biological androids. You can buy copies of Infowars magazine at cost in bundles of 10 up to 100 and give them to your friends and family. It's time to shake humanity out of the trance that they're in. And the November issue of Infowars magazine is designed to do just that. Sign up for a subscription or secure copies at cost in bulk today at InfoWarsStore.com.
I'm Jakari Jackson with the Infowars Nightly News. Now, it's no secret that America is overweight, but isn't it your right as an American to be as fat as you want to be, or as healthy or skinny or anything else? Well, the government doesn't think so. Let's start with Mayor Bloomberg. Washington, D.C. is ready to follow New York's example as they plan to ban large soft drinks. Not only is this completely ridiculous and very much unconstitutional, it doesn't even take into account for diet soft drinks, which can actually be worse for you because of aspartame.
You cannot go to the grocery store now and buy any type of even regular sugar gum that hasn't had aspartame added to it.
A long-term study found that those who drink just 1 can of diet soda a day have a 42% increased chance of leukemia, as well as other health factors. Michelle Obama is also concerned about health, particularly when it comes to the nation's youth. The First Lady launched a campaign to count the calories of the nation's school children.
Starting this year, the talented people who cook the food at your school will be offering you all kinds of healthy, delicious new choices. These healthy foods are good for your body. They'll give you energy and make you stronger.
The problem with this policy is that it is a one-size-fits-all endeavor. It doesn't take into account the needs of athletes and other students who are just generally more hungry than their classmates, as demonstrated in this video by a Kansas high school. If we can stay in the lunchroom for one moment longer, a school in Chicago has banned home-packed lunches, denying parents and even the students themselves the right to eat whatever they seem fit. Meanwhile, several Chicago schools have earned a failing grade in the cafeteria.
Since 2011, 244 of Chicago's 681 public schools failed at least one inspection. At Cameron Elementary, inspectors found a mice-dropping infestation in the main kitchen with more than 600 scattered droppings. Here at Hirsch Metro High School, mice got into some nachos and several students actually got sick eating rodent droppings.
A hot topic today is the labeling of genetically modified foods. Some groups, like the American Academy of Pediatrics, said they have no reason to believe that organic foods are any better than GMOs, even though the AAP recognizes that organic foods have less pesticides. No on 37, a Monsanto-funded group against the labeling of GMOs, stated that new labels would cost California consumers up to $400 a year, as if food companies don't regularly change their labels for every major sporting event and blockbuster movie. Many of these food containers also contain BPA.
Canada became the first country in 2010 to ban the use of BPA in just some products, and Europe soon adopted many of these bans. However, in the U.S., the Food and Drug Administration has been much more reluctant to admit the dangers.
And if you're wondering where the USDA is in all of this, they're busy force-feeding GMOs to little Chinese children without their parents' consent. So as you can see, from the White House to Chicago Public Schools to the USDA, everybody wants to tell you what you can put into your body. Land of the free, home of the brave, but apparently not in the lunchroom. I'm Jakari Jackson for the Infowars Nightly News.
Welcome to Infowars Nightly News. It's Thursday, November 8th, 2012. This is Mike Adams, the Health Ranger, filling in tonight. And here's a look at what we have straight ahead for you.
Tonight on the Infowars Nightly News, the UN and President Obama use the Second Amendment as target practice. Then, the feds refuse to take their sticky fingers off the sticky green. can the will of the people prevail? And Alex Jones can't avoid the Obamanoids.
God, you're nuts. You are a freaking wacko, you know that?
Mm-hmm, you bet. Crazy like
You're
a fox, too.
Mm-hmm. All that and more coming up on the Infowars Nightly News.
All right, we've got one heck of a show lined up for you tonight. Lots of interviews and special reports straight ahead, as you just saw. Now, the first story for tonight is the rise of Obamunism. And why do we call it Obamunism? Because, of course, we are seeing a wave of communist type of mentality now emerging in the American culture. There has been a vote of confidence, you might say, for communistic type of economic policies. But more importantly, we're seeing the rise of violent rhetoric. That also indicates that we may be looking at a type of communism-oriented so-called cultural revolution in the years ahead if we let these people continue to promote violence and hate. And racism, of course, divide and conquer strategies. That's what they're good at. So be on the watch out for signs of communism in America. It is actually coming back. And we need to be on the lookout for it so that we can prevent it and restore liberty and freedom in America. That was more of a commentary than a news piece, but we do have news stories for you here. First, we have a story about the liberal media and the White House owing an apology to the preppers. As I said in this article, preppers are the new prophets, and those who live in a state of denial about preparedness are the new homeless. Now, we don't mean to blame people who've been victims of Hurricane Sandy, but there are a lot of people who didn't need to be victims. They simply failed to prepare, and thus they became victims. They didn't have to be. If they had stored food and water filters and stored water, emergency medical supplies, communications, even a backyard camp stove to boil water and cook food, then, you know, they wouldn't have become emergency victims in a dire situation requiring a government bailout, in a sense, a government rescue, a FEMA rescue. And I believe that because preppers have been attacked by the liberal media for so many years, and by the White House as well, which says that preppers are, in essence, terrorists, I think the liberal media and the White House owes preppers a massive apology. They should say, we're sorry for calling you kooks and conspiracy theorists. Turns out you were right. And being prepared for a storm is intelligent, and it actually saves lives. So keep that in mind as we move forward in a time of, well, lots of change and lots of unexpected crisis. Now, speaking of change, there was one change on the ballot in California. Prop 37, of course, sought to require the labeling of GMOs in grocery store foods sold throughout the state of California. Now, you probably already know that Prop 37 failed at the ballot box, not by much. It was only about a 6% margin. But it did fail, and you might be wondering, how could it have failed? Who would go to the ballot box and vote to say, I don't want to know what's in my food? Well, earlier today on the Alex Jones show, Alex said he doesn't trust the numbers and he thinks there could have been voting fraud. That's definitely part of the explanation, but another part is that the No on 37 campaign, which collected $45 million in donations from the world's largest pesticide chemical companies, including Monsanto, DuPont, Dow, Bayer, BASF, and others, they used that money to run what could be criminally fraudulent, misleading, or deceptive campaigns, sending out a fabricated FDA quote, illegally using the FDA seal on a mailer that was mailed out to millions of California voters. And that's the image you're looking at right now. On top right, it says, quote, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration says a labeling policy like Prop 37 would be, quote, inherently misleading. And they say that's from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration with the FDA seal right next to it. But guess what, folks? That quote was completely fabricated. The FDA never said that. They made it up. Just as they made up many other mailers that were sent out to people impersonating, for example, police organizations, urging voters to vote no on Prop 37. So that's how they stole the election, by deceiving voters. Gee, we've never seen that in America before, have we? But anyway, this is coming back, folks. Prop 37 may have gone down, but Washington state now is looking at a similar proposition, and other states are in the early stages of looking at this. So rest assured that if we keep up this grassroots effort to simply know what we're eating, we will achieve victory sooner or later. So watch Infowars and, of course, Natural News. We cover this in a lot of detail for more updates as that story develops. All right, next story we've got, well, I want to play a video for you, actually. I love the movie Idiocracy. Let's go to that video if we could. This is too funny. I love the movie Idiocracy, and I found so many similarities between the President Camacho there and Obama's rallies in 2008 that I put together this clip showing the similarities between Obama and Camacho from Idiocracy. Anyway, we're not going to show you the whole video here, but you can see it by searching the internet for President Obama Camacho, as in macho man, Camacho. That's the video to check out. There is profanity in it. If that bothers you, don't watch it. Otherwise, you'll probably laugh your butt off. All right, now moving on to an issue that's not so funny. In fact, it's a threat to our liberties and freedoms. We have the resurgence of the gun control issue. Now, since Obama won re-election, and I can hardly believe I'm saying that here in the Infowars studios, but it did happen. Since that happened, the gun control zealots are back in action now, pushing for the UN Small Arms Treaty to be enacted and applied throughout America to take away the rights of gun owners, to strip away the Second Amendment, to crush it, really, sort of like the TSA does with your Fourth Amendment rights. They don't want anybody in the world to be able to have guns except the corrupt governments. They want a monopoly on violence, in other words, a monopoly on force, so that individual citizens cannot protect themselves. But it's not just the UN Small Arms Treaty. It's also Senator Feinstein. Well, let me read you this from the UN treaty first. Here's a press release from PR Newswire. President Barack Obama's administration joined with China, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, and more than 150 other governments to support renewed debate on the proposed Small Arms Treaty. Now, this takes us back to July 26, 2012, when Aaron Dykes wrote an article that broke down the language of this UN Small Arms Treaty. And in that language, he was able to reveal how this does strip away Second Amendment rights, even though the language can be confusing to people and it can sound like it's protecting the rights. Let me give you a little bit of that language right here. In the treaty, it says, quote, the inherent rights of all states to individual or collective self-defense shall be protected. Now, if you look at this, though, the inherent rights of all states to individual or collective self-defense, that does not say the right to individual as in personal self-defense. What that means is the word individual is more like the word each. It means more like the inherent right of each state, which means, of course, a nation in this context, the inherent right of each nation to collective self-defense. What all that means is the military should have guns. There is nothing in the UN treaty, and Aaron Dykes, again, researched this in great detail, and this is published on Infowars. There's nothing in the treaty that protects individual persons in the United States or any other country to have the right to keep and bear arms. And if you'd like to read more about that story, here's the title. Bombshell, leaked UN treaty does ban guns. Now, this treaty went into hiding during the last few months of the Obama election because, of course, Obama didn't want to be seen as a gun grabber. But now that he has won re-election, the gun grabbing is back on in full force. And joining in that effort is none other than Senator Dianne Feinstein. And she is pushing for a new measure that would, in fact, ban semi-automatic firearms across the entire nation. And it's not just banning their sale, okay? So get this straight. It's about banning the possession of semi-automatic firearms that you previously purchased. So if you bought an AR-15 or an AK, a few years ago, or even some other kind of rifle, your favorite rifle, even a semi-auto 22 ranch rifle, you bought those many years ago. If Senator Feinstein gets her way under the Obama administration's gun-grabbing agenda, you're going to have to turn those guns in. And I don't think that's going to happen, at least not in Texas, not in the South of America. And we've got a couple of guests joining us tonight, and one of those coming right up will help us break down the reality of that situation. Could gun grabbing even work in America, even if they tried it? Let's go to Steve Quayle and get his thoughts on it. Steve will be joining us by phone to give us his thoughts. Steve, thank you for joining us today on Infowars Nightly News.
Well, Mike, I'm excited because now there are no suppositions that anyone has to kind of hope against hope that things aren't going to go to a worst-case scenario, because they absolutely are. You know, within hours after the election being won, the first topic that I'm told, and that's even being reported in some of the mainstream, is the United Nations Small Arms Ban Treaty that will affect the United States. And I think this is where most people have not gone far enough into their understanding of NATO, North American Treaty Organization, which is nothing more than the United Nations police force, and this explains why there are so many foreign troops in this country.
But Steve, I want to ask you, I'm sorry, but specifically about your knowledge, because you know so many people in the realm of, you know, people who own firearms and people who legally buy and sell firearms and so on. What do you think the backlash is going to be if this treaty is signed and there is an attempt to implement it in the United States for people to turn in their guns? What's going to happen, Steve?
Well, that's the last line in the sand, and I was on Coast to Coast, Mike, almost 15 years ago, and that question was asked, and I said there'll be total civil war. It will become regional at first, and we've seen that just in all the different failed false flag attempts, and every time, obviously, there's a false flag. But I'm saying this, that we will have total civil war. One of the interesting things is that you're seeing ethnos against ethnos. That's what Jesus spoke of, nation will rise against nation. That doesn't mean Russia and China against the U.S., although that'll happen too. That literally means ethnic different groups are going to be pitted against each other. We're seeing that now, and that was an easy call almost 20 years ago when I started in talk radio, simply because of this. You could see any time someone would put a modifier in front of the word American, whether it was Afro-American, Spanish-American, whatever they put in front of it, they were already setting up what I would say, the platform for neo-tribalism. And now you know, you can see it. Obviously, you've been to South America. You know what the attitude towards the gringo and the Yankee is down there. Yeah. And listen, I love the Latin culture. I have a lot of good friends, but I'm also aware that the powers that be, what we would call the Illuminati, the International Global Hood of Darkness, Federation from Hell, the point being is they want to get everyone, each man's weapons turned against each man. So, and these guys, listen, all terrorism is funded by a nation state. There is no indigenous terrorist nation. Terrorists need to pay their bills, buy their weapons, buy their communications gear. So the point is you do the same thing. You follow the money. It's total civil war, to answer your question.
Give us more details, though, Steve. If a civil war breaks out as you're describing, you've got on one side gun owners, firearms owners, who tend to be obviously conservatives, more rural-oriented individuals. Who's on the other side? It's who, you know, who is on the other side of this civil war?
Well, first of all, local law enforcement, those who choose to participate, that's why you've seen the federalization of police, because they're what Mike has called the blue list, okay? The red list are gun owners, the patriots, everybody that was on the MIAC report that Alex broke the news on, and all of the different delineations. Veterans now are terrorists. Anybody that is deemed a terrorist or a threat is going to be targeted. And how they've done this, let me tell you what a targeting matrix is, okay? A targeting matrix, every neighborhood in the United States of America, based on its population, based on the reading habits and the total information awareness that has existed before that TIA even became an acronym, has got a matrix, and it's got, they've already done their artificial intelligence, they've already done their what are called their assassination algorithms. And so when the information was given to me about the red list, the blue list, and the green list, and I am the one that broke that 20 years ago, it was from a gentleman who was the head of a federal agency over the entire western United States, and he basically said, this is how it's going to go down. Local law enforcement and U.S. military, those who are willing to take part in this, will be the official blue listers. And once the blue list has succeeded in rounding up, imprisoning, shooting, whatever, and by the way, they're not coming to take the guns. I want to make this clear. The gun is secondary. This has been told to me by four-star generals, active duty, not retired, basically saying they do not want the gun. They're coming to take the gun owner away because the ideology that the gun owner has basically stood for, is willing to fight for and die for, that's what they've got to get rid of in order to facilitate the New World Order.
Sure. So what would be the conditions that might trigger what you're describing as this red list, and how quickly would it be triggered? Is it that all these agencies across the country get an email, or they get a phone call alert and it goes into effect in hours, or how would this get
forgive me,
triggered?
but in many cases, in some of the more defined areas, the police already have, and some of the military already have sealed orders, but it would be downloaded instantly. That's why the communication system amongst the military and police has been integrated, and on a trunk system. That means you won't be able to hear the scanner, somebody saying, car number 9, go to Mike Adams' house, car number 12, go to Steve's house. No, it will all be digital, and it'll be downloaded. It'll be dumped immediately. I am told the arrest warrants and the writs of execution already exist. Now, if anybody thinks that's far-fetched, every single thing that you know, those of us who've been warning, Alex, myself, Hawk, you, those who have been, I'd say even earlier on talk radio, have been saying the day would come. Well, most people got locked into their their normalcy bias, and as long as they could go and order whatever they wanted to order and get whatever they wanted to get and leave, and live relatively uninterrupted lives, they were happy. But that is not sufficient. Global disarmament, and especially the United States, is the plum. They have to disarm the United States, and so that's and there is no doubt that it's going to happen. You know, Mike, you've lived in foreign countries. The black market exists when the free market does not function.
Oh yeah, know all about that. But here's a question though. A certain number of members of law enforcement, especially let's say certain local sheriffs, are not going to follow through with those orders. We've got oath keepers all over the country, thanks to the work of that great organization. We've got people who are going to say, no, I won't carry out these orders. What happens to them? Are they then targeted immediately? What happens?
A lot of police departments have already been across country. Now, I have a lot of friends who are highway patrol, state patrol. I have a lot of friends, people I've known for 10, 20 years. And the thing that they've already got that plan figured out. Those that don't go along will be cut out of the communication loop. And when I say that, let's say you've got 99 digital numbers, and number 96 and 97 are boys that won't play ball. Play ball means fire on their fellow citizens, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Those guys will be locked out of the communication. Now, there are a lot of law enforcement personnel and military who are not going to do this. So it's going to be each man for himself. That's why you're hearing so many different groups, whether it's ex-SEALs, ex-Rangers, Special Forces, whatever the group and whatever the bond of brotherhood was, they're already getting prepared. They're getting their families out of harm's way. And so the idea that you can sit in your castle, meaning your home, and basically take Hellfire missiles coming in your front door is ludicrous. That's why the whole idea that the gun is going to present a problem, these guys, they just laugh that off. What they are going to do is on the, let's say, high as a value targets, HVTs, those are the guys that basically are on talk radio. Obviously, we know who that means. And the thing is that there are so many missiles. And I asked the general, I said, how many Hellfire missiles are there? He said, hundreds of thousands. Wow. And I asked him about the matrix. And the matrix is just simply this. Imagine drawing a bunch of squares. You could do it by city block if you wanted, but taking that on a county level, and let's say that the Northeast has got the 60% gun owners and the Southwest maybe has 10%. Well, they know how to assign different teams to go into those different areas. And I'm told by those who are breaking ranks, pun intended, or coming clean, that they are absolutely being told this is not going to be to take the guns away. It's going to be a full-scale war.
Now, Steve, let me ask you from let's say a skeptic's point of view. I know you get this quite a lot. What's your answer to people who say, well, it's not as bad as you say, or they're not really trying to move that quickly, there won't be false flag attacks? A lot of people are reluctant to believe this. So how do you explain to them?
I have an answer for that. the bottom line is there are so many sleight of hand tricks going on right now, but just because a person doesn't see it, you know, how many times have you heard there's nothing to chemtrails? I've listened to that since I broke the story 20 years ago.
Yeah, GMOs are safe, fluoride is safe.
GMOs are safe, and, you know, obviously we've got 400-pound shish kebabs walking around on the streets that are, you know, suffering from adult onset diabetes and every attack on their immune system. So what I say to the skeptics is this. You, number one, skeptics, you need to do your homework and look at what's happened in Kosovo, look what's happening in Syria, look what's happening in Libya, look what's happening. Global revolution is the Illuminati prime directive. They have to get rid of the old. That means obviously the old control mechanisms, government. They have to take away from everything. That's why they obviously don't like biblical Christianity, because it stands against tyranny. And so the point is that we're seeing right now, Mike, the implementation of it all over the world. Good night. Look at all those people, the normalcy bias and the laziness, apathy, and indifference that was just in the Northeast. Yeah. Those people knew and had plenty of time. You know, I get called every name you can imagine, but I say this. Every single time there's a natural disaster and people don't prepare, there is no blood on my hand, your hand, Alex's hand. We've tried to fight the good fight, and we will fight the good fight of truth. But the point is that most people simply choose not to believe it. You know why? There's a word called responsibility, and people simply refuse to take responsibility for their own actions, and that's evident by watching the disaster in the Northeast.
There's also, I think, a psychological momentum almost where most Americans believe that these kinds of revolutions are only things that happen in other countries like Cambodia or throughout history, you know, China or Germany or maybe a place like, you know, Haiti in more modern times. That these things don't happen in the United States because, in their minds, the United States is stable. And it is honest. You know, the government is honest. The government is trying to help us all. The drug companies are even trying to help us. They're like producing love, you know, and putting love in a bottle.
I would say this: the time of dye-dyed T-shirts and singing flowers in your hair, or you know, are gone. I think the reality is you're seeing people around the world. Look, we're seeing riots in Europe. We're seeing riots in Greece. We're seeing riots in the Baltic, and have seen riots. There's even, you know, now the Chinese are worried because there's starting to be so much backlash from the common man. Same thing in Russia. We're seeing it and have seen it in the Philippines. You go around the world. Global revolution. And why did all this stuff start almost on a single switch? It's simple, because the universal caliphate, meaning the world under Sharia law and under the Caliph, if you will, the Imam Mahdi, you're looking at the destabilization of every Middle Eastern nation, even Jordan, which used to be, you know, good night. There wasn't anything more solid than Jordan, and Egypt, when Sadat ruled it and made the deal with the Israelis to basically have a peace accord. I mean, we're now seeing the destabilization of every Middle Eastern nation. And I think the point that people have got to understand is when it was only over there, most Americans only dealt with it in just glimpsing it on the evening news. The people in New Jersey and New York and Staten Island and the different places that have been hardest hit, they're not dealing with a concept of what it means to be without power, without food, without sanitation, without underwear. We're seeing it. Look, Craigslist, there are women selling sex for gas and vice versa. We're seeing people that breaks my heart. And what I'm trying to tell people is this: look, you're seeing just a microcosm of how bad it's going to be. After 72 hours, Michael, we've seen people just starting to starve in their minds.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was a huge lesson in preparedness and self-reliance. But also, think about this. When this, let's say if this red list is activated and these individuals start to be, you know, arrested and even shot on sight, let's say, it seems like many of these, you know, Obama supporters living in the cities will cheer. They will love it. They'll think it's wonderful. So I think we're going to have, well, I want your comments, but are we going to have a situation where the mainstream, you know, Obama follower masses are cheering genocide?
Well, of course, you know, the bottom line is that how is it that words like revenge should even be spoken in a political context when you're trying to bring the country together? Look, the divide and conquer, us against them. A house divided cannot stand. That's what Jesus said. This house is a house that's built on a foundation of sinking sand. And the bottom line is, it's amazing. You know, you've been in the preparedness movement for long enough and had your newsletter and everything. People quote the book of Revelation, but somehow they don't want to believe it applies to them. People are aware of Nostradamus, but somehow quatrain sounds like something that runs on a pair of tracks. The point is that they do not understand the lateness of the hour. And I will say this, I was the first, and this is just to set the record straight so the skeptics, which usually are, you know, cyber warriors at Northcom, who go out and try and undermine everything I say, the bottom line is nobody else was warning about the cyber attacks on the banks that were happening longer than I am. So what do I tell? I tell people, listen, they're going to use an event. They'll blame it on the Iranians. They'll blame it on somebody, you know. And
blame it on you.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, they know how dumb I am in computers. I don't have back doors to all the nation's major financial centers. And so let me share this. If you went to bed on Friday night and you had, let's say, $1,000 in your account, and on Monday you couldn't get that account, your credit cards have been canceled, all the credit card machines, the gas pumps, what would happen? Well, it's the same thing that happened in the Northeast. People who are on welfare getting electronic benefit transaction cards or whatever they're called, they couldn't even use those. So we've all been prepped for the electromagnetic pulse attack, the book, 1 Second After. So here's the thing. Society, there is no understanding of supply and demand. There is no understanding of the value. God bless every trucker that's listening to this broadcast. If people understood the value of the truckers, and I'm talking about the people that can afford it, you know, pull over and buy a trucker, give them a couple $100 and buy them some gas just because the guy's working for pennies, and that's why the whole distribution chain. Look, do you mean to tell me that a billion-dollar funded organization like FEMA couldn't have pre-positioned water? Gee, doesn't it look like Katrina 2?
Well,
doesn't
Steve,
it look like a replay?
Hey, they had cookies and hot chocolate. What are you complaining about, man? They had cookies for disaster victims. But look, we've only got about a minute left. Let me ask you one final question, Steve, before letting you go here. If people are listening to this and they have not yet begun to prepare, is it too late for them, or are there still things they can do?
Not at all. As long as the electricity's on, they've got money in the bank, their credit card's still working. By the way, Mike, my website is stevequayle, QUAYLE.com. And, you know, I'm selling, and I'm saying this for people. I've been in the preparedness business. I was one of the founders of it. I think I've found the company that has the most protein for the best money, the most bang for your buck, so to speak. And I'm telling you this, that you may think that this is off in the distance, but we're now seeing the full-scale implementation of exactly what revolutions are built on, the laws being in place, and the actual vilification, nullification, ultimately the destruction of those who the establishment sees as enemies. And the enemy is anybody that tells the truth.
Well said. And anybody who prepares as well. Thank you, Steve Quayle at stevequayle.com. We've also got that on screen. Thanks for joining us for Infowars Nightly News. Good information from you.
Great. Thank you, Mike.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.
Yes, we are bombarded by messages on television, in the culture, in the government-run schools, that gun ownership is bad. And we see cities like New York and Chicago with total gun bans for the citizens. We see states like California, New York, Illinois with incredibly draconian laws. And then we see foreign countries run by the globalists where they did the same thing. First restrict semi-auto, then register, then ban. You can only be at a hunting club. Then you can't have your gun at the hunting club. It's just totally gone. We've seen them do this over and over again, banning hunting. They're always saying, don't worry, you'll have your Second Amendment, but we're going to restrict your hunting. Also implying that the Second Amendment is only about hunting and not defense against tyranny and defense against the common street thug. There were a lot of things that the British imperial troops did that made the British citizens get mad and revolt. But the final straw at Lexington and Concord was the attempt to disarm the firearms and the ammunition. And we're right back where we started in 1775, 1776. Here we are. And today, I opened the radio show up to Obama supporters to call in and tell me what they thought. And they would say, oh, your man lost, when I wasn't even supporting Romney. And, or hey, you're crazy. We're not trying to take your guns. And I'm like, well, Chicago's banned guns. I don't know anything about that. You're crazy. So there's always this crazy attitude where they say we're crazy when we point out real facts. Dianne Feinstein, Chucky Schumer, they've all called for total gun bans. The Violence Policy Center, Sarah Brady, you can go pull up their own publications. We're going to go over some of those in a moment with Aaron Dykes, where they've said this. And wherever they're in control, they take all the guns. I mean, for heaven's sakes, Bloomberg now wants to say what you can eat and drink and what type of sugar you can have and where you can go and how many people can be in your car. I mean, these are control freaks. These are authoritarians. This is Agenda 21. This is turning the whole world into a giant re-education camp. But before I go to our reporters, Aaron Dykes and David Knight, going over the evidence of the fact that the world corporate oligarchy wants to disarm people, that the UN's done it in dozens of countries, here are just some articles right in front of me. Forbes did an analysis of the UN gun treaty that Obama is publicly supporting like he did a few years ago. Now they've probably got the votes in the Senate to ratify it. And you can go read the UN treaty. Here's Forbes saying UN agreement should have all gun owners up in arms. Enact tougher licensing requirements, creating additional bureaucratic red tape for legal firearms ownership. Confiscate and destroy all unauthorized civilian firearms, including those that are semi-automatic. Ban the trade and sale of private ownership of semi-automatic weapons, any that have magazines. And it just goes on and on. Create an international gun registry, clearly setting up the stage for full-scale gun confiscation. In short, overriding national sovereignty. But listen, I didn't just believe that. I went and scanned through the treaty, and we wrote multiple articles. Here's one by Aaron Dykes, Bombshell, Leaked UN Treaty, Does Ban Guns, and it goes through the subsections and links to the UN treaty. So it's not just us claiming it, because the caller's like, oh, something on your site, that didn't. No, it's links to the treaty, and then we even have the treaty posted on our site below it in case the UN ever pulled it. I mean, look outside the UN in New York. That's a civilian citizen, 357 Magnum, 6-shot. I've got one of those. My dad has that very gun. Awesome guns that he bought from a cop when I was a little kid. He gave me one. I've been looking at that gun since I was 2 years old. I've got one of the guns. That gun. Beautiful rose handle. I've got that gun. I got a 357 right here under my desk. Now, excuse me, I'm starting to rant. We need to get this report through quickly here. So, go to our article, Bombshell, Leaked UN Treaty, Does Ban Guns. Then we have the footnotes there. You link through and you read this from UN.org. And it's the Department of Small Arms Restriction, UNIDIR, where they say civilian ownership of firearms threatens a legitimate power monopoly of the state. They said that back in July 7th of 2001 and couldn't get it through. I mean, we've read what the policymakers who write this come up with, and now they're back. We're going to get to that in a moment. But continuing, here is Reuters today. After Obama wins, U.S. backs new UN arms treaty talks. And that's disarming third world countries in Africa and other places so the globalists can come in and mow them down. Incredible. Remember Obama in the second debate? We've got those clips. You can pull it up for yourself. He said, I don't want to just ban semi-automatics. That's assault rifles. I want to ban the handguns. Well, that's what Dianne Feinstein has introduced last session and says she's going to introduce in the new session of Congress coming up in about a month and a half after Christmas. And I've got those articles. Guys, punch up the Google search here. Just type in gun control, type any of those searches in. We can punch in my computer that's right here. And just type in Obama assault weapons ban. Boom. Literally dozens of articles today. Look right here. Senator Feinstein looking to introduce new assault weapons ban. And this is what the Sacramento Bee is reporting today, that it's a physical ban. Not just from sale or new manufacturer. They want you to turn them in. That's in the Sacramento Bee. Okay. Oh, but look at ABC News. This is back in October. Boom. Obama calls for renewal of assault weapons ban. Okay, I've shown a few of the articles. We're going to go to Aaron and to David Knight here in a moment with other angles and more proof of this and their own quotes that they want to totally ban our guns because government wants total power over people. But here's the caller listening to us in Tennessee on WBCR, our local affiliate in Knoxville, calling in today, laughing at us and saying he's never seen any proof. So we'll go to that clip, and here we are, bud. We got it all for you right now. Let's go to a few excerpts of that call. William in Tennessee, do you support Obama?
Yes, I do.
Well, tell me all about how great it is.
Well, to be honest with you, Alex, you know, he has not mentioned banning guns. And I defy you to tell me where he has.
Part of it is seeing if we can get an assault weapons ban reintroduced.
Joe, I mean, you just say, I defy you to show you. I mean, sir, have you seen them ban guns in all these other Western countries?
No. I mean, some have, but that's not going to happen here. Look, because it's a conspiracy website does not mean it's true.
Well, sir, you just said it. You said the word conspiracy theory and that nobody wants our guns. And I guess you're denying that the rest of the Democratic Party, that they're always calling to ban guns. You're saying the Violence Policy Center, Sarah Brady, big contributors. Are you saying Rahm Emanuel didn't say that he wants to restrict our gun ownership and that he wants to put us on a no-gun buy list with no judge or no jury? Are you saying that's not true either?
That is, if you are on the no-fly list because you are known as maybe a possible terrorist, you cannot buy a handgun in America. That is the right thing to take into the election, and it's the right policy. If you're on that no-fly list, your access to the right to bear arms is canceled.
Are you really saying the one person having an opinion...
Hold on, put him back on hold. Sir, in the city Obama's from, is there a gun ban for the general population?
I don't know. I don't live in Chicago. I have no idea.
There you go. You live in a world of ignorance. All you do is say the word conspiracy theory.
God, you're nuts. You are a freaking wacko. You know that?
Mm-hmm. You bet. Crazy like a fox, too. Mm-hmm.
You're a wacko. Look, pal, quoting your own website does not make you an expert. I have looked everywhere in the papers. I have been researched myself. They're not going to ban guns.
Okay, so I gave you proof. We just went to his clip. We're going to give you more proof now. I mean, I've just got stacks of it. Chicago Tribune. After Obama wins, U.S. backs new arms treaty talks. I was watching CNN during a break today on the radio. They're saying they're coming to physically get all the semi-autos. The ATF's introduced rulemaking to ban most shotguns. I mean, it's all happening. Aaron Dykes, we've got to move quick here because we've got to go back to Mike Adams, who's waiting in the other studio. But break down just in the little bit of a re-pooling of info, because we've already done this research 100 times, what you think about that caller.
First of all, it is a fact there was an assault weapons ban signed into, quote, law under Clinton. It lasted 10 years. It expired in 2004 under sunset provisions. So it's not exactly wacky to suggest it. You go to Dianne Feinstein, you just showed how she's reintroducing gun control.
Yeah, we're going to document cam this in a moment.
Meeting with the FBI and the ATF right now, this week, this month, on new provisions. So here's Dianne Feinstein, May 31st, 2012, recorded in the Sacramento Bee Voters Guide as she's running for Senate. Question, what special interests in Washington have too much power? She says, guns. I wrote the assault weapons ban that was the law of the land for a decade. So she's involved. She also brags about how she got the gun ban passed in San Francisco over handguns, despite the fact she has a gun permit, a concealed carry permit. She later melted it down into a cross as a stunt. Now she is trying to introduce a new assault weapons ban. It's in the Market Daily News that she wants to ban all assault rifles, high-capacity magazines, and pistol grips, and also refers to banning the sale of, quote, weapons in possession. That means private sales. You've got Obama calling for a renewal of assault weapons ban 3 weeks ago at the debate. He says part of it is seeing if we can get an assault weapons ban reintroduced, but the other part is looking at other sources of the violence, because in Chicago, it's not AK-47s. They are using cheap handguns, alluding to a handgun ban. Not surprising, since you go back to State Senator Obama as a candidate who filled out a voter survey in Illinois. Question number 35. Do you support the legislation to ban the manufacture, sale, and possessions of handguns? Yes. Ban assault weapons? Yes. Mandatory waiting periods and background checks? Yes. There's a series of bizarre denials where they claimed a staffer filled out that survey and that it wasn't Obama, despite...
And again, that's mainstream news reporting on them when they tried to claim they hadn't, but it came out they had. Again, they play these games with people.
But it doesn't really matter because the 2003 survey he filled out for the same group, Illinois Voters Independent Preceding Organization, 2003, running for U.S. Senate, he filled out a similar survey. Question 35, do you support the legislation to ban manufacture, sale, and possession of handguns? This time, it's not a simple yes, it's a whole statement. While a complete ban on handguns is not politically practicable, doesn't say he doesn't want it, says it's not practicable, he believes in reasonable restrictions on the sale and possession of handguns, and the statement goes on. He, again, says, yes, he'd like to ban assault weapons. He says handguns and ammunition.
I mean, give me a break. It's from Chicago where they've totally disarmed them.
Then you've got his Attorney General, Eric Holder, who again was in the Clinton administration during the assault weapons ban. In 1995, he's on video saying we must brainwash people against guns. Quote, what we need to do is change the way in which people think about guns, especially young people, and make them think it's not cool. Talks about doing it like cigarettes, and then says we need to do this every day of the week. We really just need to brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way.
And if you watch the whole clip, he's there at a media thing admitting he's met with the media saying put anti-gun messages, private ownership messages in your programs.
That's correct. Flash forward to February 2009, a month after Obama enters office. Holder revives talk of an assault weapons ban. Quote, he tells a reporter question, quote, well, as President Obama indicated during the campaign, there are just a few gun-related changes that we'd like to make, and among them would be to reinstitute the ban on the sale of assault weapons. I think that will have a positive impact in Mexico at a minimum, alluding to Fast and Furious scandal.
Yeah, after he ships guns into Mexico.
After making that statement in 2009, Rahm Emanuel, then chief of staff for Obama, tells Holder to STFU, that means shut up expletive, on guns.
By the way, he's the one that says they just want to put you on a list where you can't own guns, no judge, no jury, a no gun buy list. We have that video clip. Let's play just a short piece, just a long speech, where he says, this is Holder, that they're going to need to brainwash the public. Here it is.
And what we need to do is change the way in which people think about guns, especially young people. One thing that I think is clear with young people and with adults as well is that we just have to be repetitive about this. It's not enough to simply have a catchy ad on a Monday and then only do it every Monday. We need to do this every day of the week and just really brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way.
So there you go. The brainwashing continues. Now, I know you got a lot more, Aaron, but in the interest of time, go ahead and go through the rest.
Holder also told Congress in 2012 during Fast and Furious testimony in the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee a statement extremely similar to the one he made in 2009. This administration has consistently favored the reinstitution of the assault weapons ban. It is something that we think was useful in the past with regard to the reduction that we've seen in crime and certainly would have a positive impact on our relationship.
All right, let's stop right there because we're pretty much just repeating him, saying it over and over again. What we're seeing illustrated here is that so-called liberals are really authoritarians of another stripe, and they think they control reality. Because they always do this. They say what terms are, they say what meanings are, and they say, we're not going to try to take your guns. We're just reintroducing stuff to physically take them, not just ban their sale or manufacture. So they play these games hoping everyone's ignorant, and they try to just laugh at you with an appeal to everyone else's stupidity, hoping that you don't know. I mean, this is a classic military tactic to say we're not assaulting you or to attack, you know, like at Waco, the tanks ramming the building and they're saying this is not an assault. This is what's going on with these people. Great job, Aaron. Now let's move to our reporter, David Knight. And understand, this caller called today, and in about 30 minutes, we just grabbed up some of the documentation. I mean, there's all sorts of Handgun Control Incorporated on the floor, you know, saying we're going to total abolition of people's guns. I mean, we've seen what they do in countries and cities and states they control. David Knight, just looking at the UN treaty here tonight, and first off, any other points you'd like to make about what you've just heard?
Well, what Aaron was just talking about was internal laws on assault weapon bans and that sort of thing. What broke in the news today, and here's headlines at 6:40 a.m. this morning, November the 8th, no votes against finalizing global arms trade treaty at UN General Assembly. Basically, they've got the strongest, they were meeting starting on Tuesday, the day we had our election. The UN was meeting about gun control, and they just finalized it today, 2 days later. And they had a couple of abstentions, but they had the most support they've had for this yet. Now, they tried this back in July. On July 26th, they had a vote, and the vote didn't pass. And one of the reasons it didn't pass was because Fast and Furious was breaking at the time. And what they were telling everybody at the time was, don't worry, this isn't about your handguns. This is only about transfer of weapons between countries. But that's exactly what Fast and Furious was about. So that was something that was really kind of an embarrassment to the Obama administration. They really didn't want to get into this until after the election. And they were telling everybody at the time, you know, the word was out that they were going to revisit this immediately after the election. Well, here we are 2 days after the election, and they're right on top of it. And they're saying they're going to have the next meeting is going to be for the actual to finalize this is going to be in March. By that time, the Senate will be a little bit more Democrat, so they've got a better chance of getting this through. But the whole idea that this is just about transfer of weapons between countries is not really anything that's anybody's buying, because part of regulating this transfer is registration and tracking. That's going to be
well. It says to control international, we've got to control internal, and it says states have a right to have guns in the subsections that we list, but not individuals.
Right.
It says the state can curtail that, and I've put up on screen. Just type in map of world gun laws, and if you just type that into a search engine, you can see mainline news and government's breakdowns of this. And if you look at maps of this, almost the entire world is disarmed. Green is totally disarmed. Dark green almost totally. You know, purple, a few guns. But black is a lot of guns. Well, look at the United States. Okay, the United States is it, folks. Every government wants those guns. I mean, look at communist China, just like England now. I mean, this is incredible. Canada is pretty much partially disarmed. Look at South America. Look at Central America. Look at Mexico.
Yeah, in Mexico, only civilians can purchase small caliber firearms, and they can only purchase them from the Defense Department. You know, what kind of gun violence do they have? I mean, compare that to Switzerland, where the government requires the citizens to have military weapons, right?
But I've been told that the Defense Department decides if they're going to let you have a gun.
Right.
So it's almost impossible.
Right, exactly. And they don't have any gun violence there, do they?
Continue with what the UN's doing, because here's the bottom line, folks. They're coming for the guns, and they're going to play this game and go, we're not coming for your guns. The TSA's not groping. Remember, the TSA will grope people and go in their pants and say, well, we don't call that groping. Or they'll strip search you and say, well, we don't call that strip searching. It's this mind game they play where they control reality.
And this is developing exactly like we saw with the NDAA, where, you know, Obama said he didn't want it, then he was going to do it, and, you know, don't worry, I'm not going to do that, you know. And you're seeing the same type of thing. When they get this passed, they're going to have the Senate is going to have to ratify this amendment. Once they ratify it, the UN will be able to change the details of how these things are implemented.
That's the key. So, tell people about that.
Yeah, that's the key. The key is that they need a supermajority of the, you know, once the U.S. Senate ratifies it, and they're going to need to have 67 senators to ratify it. Once we're into that treaty and we've signed on to this regime, now the UN retains control, and so the UN, with just a simple majority, can go in and change the details of how this is working. And remember, this is all about tracking. It's all about registration.
We're talking about a treaty where other governments now get to come in and control our country.
Yes, exactly.
Just like Law of the Sea Treaty, all of it.
Exactly.
And they brag it's a global government run by banks being formed.
Yeah, exactly. And there's another aspect from the UN as well, which kind of plays out kind of like Agenda 21. It's a quote-unquote voluntary system where they come up with, it's called a program of action to prevent, combat, and eradicate illicit trade in small arms and light weapons in all its aspects. It's a very long title. But they modified that the first week of September. So after the, actually that ran from 27 August to 7 September. That was right after they lost the UN arms trade treaty. Which they said they were going to revisit, which they're now coming back. But they also then came up with this program of action. The program of action goes in and suggests legislation that local governments or national governments can create for gun control. So that's what's driving a lot of this internal regulation, is coming out of a blueprint that is created in the UN.
No, exactly. We sign on to it just like UNESCO, and then the bureaucrats adopt it. I mean, this is global governance. David Knight, thank you so much. Aaron, any other comments?
I would just add that the United Nations has passed dozens of treaties on this. Among them is a treaty in Africa where they banned even legal small arms. So they've gradually...
Oh, no, there's no... The UN goes in and murders everybody and takes their guns. I mean...
But they have a treaty on paper saying they will confiscate legal small arms.
And what is it like for you to hear a caller just saying we're lying?
He's completely out of touch with reality. He just wants to argue about Obama, his hero, is the person he relates to.
Well, guys, I want to be on this 24/7 because the attack's on. We knew it was coming. And, wow, I mean, it's happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job, guys. Okay, that was a little bit long of a report. I want to thank, again, Mike Adams for coming and doing the news tonight. We're going to throw it back to Mike, and then we're going to also, of course, give you that report on aspartame. So we'll be back here in a few minutes. Key information you just saw. We put a lot of work into this. Get this out to everybody. This is the proof. They're coming for your guns. They want you to be their slave. Slaves are disarmed. First gun laws in this country were against newly freed slaves. All right, back to Mike Adams.
All right, moving on with other news. Home gardens are once again under attack. Remember the situation in Michigan with Julie Bass and how she was threatened with jail time for growing a garden in her own front yard? Well, now it's happened to another man in Orlando, or near Orlando. A College Park man fights to keep vegetable garden in his front yard, says the news out of Orlando. And the city of Orlando says the garden is, well, against the city code. Oh, how dare you grow your own food in your own yard in or near the city of Orlando. You know, this is fascinating because look at Hurricane Sandy and the aftermath. People didn't have, well, food, right? What if they had grown gardens? You know, wouldn't America be stronger if we had more gardens and more yards, stronger against natural disasters, stronger against war, against a nuclear attack or a nuclear accident, anything like that? Home gardening is the solution. It's part of liberty, really. So it's really sad to see this happening, but I hope that Infowars will cover this more in the days ahead. Moving on to the next news item, Colorado has voted to, well, sort of shut down part of the war on drugs. They voted to decriminalize small quantities of marijuana for recreational use. Yeah, not just medicinal use, but recreational use. Now, this, of course, is, well, it's one, let's say, small victory on the freedom front. Ron Paul would have supported this because he's against the war on drugs, and I am too, and most liberty lovers are against the war on drugs because, you know, it criminalizes people who are really no threat to society, and it creates a very large government enforcement agency, the DEA, for example, that raids people's homes at gunpoint and takes them, throws them in prison so that they can work at slave labor wages to produce products for wealthy corporations that are really an example of crony capitalism with ties to the corrupt Obama administration. Can't believe I got that out in one breath. But the point is, now this pits the federal government at odds with the states. What will happen when the state of Colorado says, no, you can't arrest these people, these pot smokers over here, let's say, but the federal government says, oh, yes, we can because it's a violation of federal law? My prediction, this is going to be a 10th Amendment showdown, folks. Yep. Learn more at the 10th Amendment Center, by the way, a great nonprofit website teaching people about the 10th Amendment, which is, of course, all about states' rights. And the real question is, how will the so-called Commerce Clause be interpreted by the Supreme Court if they actually hear a case based on this issue? Will the Commerce Clause once again be misinterpreted to say that the government, the federal government, has unlimited power over all commerce inside individual states? That's the question that we will have to be looking at in the future. So I can't wait for that one. That's going to be interesting. Now, speaking of drugs, we've got the CIA fronting an effort, apparently, to overthrow Rafael Correa, the current president of Ecuador. Yes, and as many of you may know, I used to live in Ecuador, so I've got some good information on Correa. Now, Correa is really a standalone kind of guy. He's an individual kind of guy. He used to be an economics professor, by the way, at the University of Illinois here in America. But since going back and resuming, or let's say acquiring the presidency of Ecuador, he has thumbed his nose at the United States of America, in particular, the American empire. And, you know, I wish we had John Perkins to comment on this, you know, author of Confessions of an Economic Hitman, because that's what's going on down there right now. Now, some additional background. Rafael Correa also closed down the Manta military base that the United States was using to run raids on coca fields in Ecuador and other countries down there, and that didn't go over very well with families that were using that to, survive, raising coca, which is completely legal down there for making coca tea and other things like that. He also, another thing that he did, and this is what really angered the globalists, Rafael Correa, let's say he nullified a lot of the globalist debt that was attributed, that the nation of Ecuador was supposed to be paying back to the globalist banks. So he nullified that debt. I think that was like 18 months ago or something in that range. That angered the globalists big time. So now they're trying to overthrow him. And you just saw some of the screenshots of what's going on. This came in by a tipster who is a Spanish-speaking investigative journalist in South America, who reveals that it looks like cocaine is being smuggled throughout South American region by a CIA/DEA operation in order to raise money to topple the government of Ecuador and overthrow Correa. Isn't that interesting? Gee, we've never seen that before. All right, that covers most of the news for this evening. Now here we've got a quote for you to consider. Think about this one very carefully. It's a quote from John Adams. Fear is the foundation of most governments. Fear, of course, motivates the zombified population into a state of endless compliance. You want to make them comply, scare them to death with everything, false flag, you name it. How about red level, orange level terrorism alerts? I remember flying back into the U.S. from Ecuador. I would arrive in the George Bush Airport in Houston. The first thing I would hear was, "Welcome to the George Bush Intercontinental Airport. The threat level is now orange." It's like, welcome to America. All right, we're going to a break, and we'll be right back with more. Stay with us.
Alex Jones here with a message to fellow freedom lovers. The prognosis for the entire planetary economic system runs from bad to worse. The globalist model is to shut down societies and starve patriots out until they acquiesce to the global takeover. That's why we've assembled the most vital and important preparedness items at InfoWarsShop.com. These are items that I did research on, that I personally use. We've got the life straw, so you can turn fetid water into safe water anywhere you go. The K-Tor hand crank generator to charge up key equipment during power outages or out in the field. Strategic Relocation, 3rd edition by Joel Skousen. When Disaster Strikes by Matthew Stein. ThyroSafe, used by Homeland Security to protect yourself during any radiological event. Hand crank shortwave AM/FM radios. Everything that we've researched and found to be the best is available at InfoWarsShop.com, and your purchase makes our InfoWar possible. We're getting prepared. Are you? InfoWarsShop.com. I really enjoy it when the globalists try to poison us, and, we resist them via a free market system. Hello, my fellow Info Warriors. Alex Jones here, introducing you to the ProPure family of gravity-fed filters. Now, you know that the globalists are filling our water with radioactive isotopes, fluoride, lead, mercury, arsenic. And one of the few systems that can efficiently and economically remove or reduce down to non-detectable levels these poisons are gravity-fed filters. And ProPure is the top of the line. Their filters are impregnated with silver, a natural antibiotic. On top of that, they're bigger, so they filter faster. You don't have to prime these the first time you use them. It's amazing. Go to Infowars.com and click on the shopping cart link to see the entire family of these babies. Now, the fluoride they add to our water is so tiny that most filters can't cut it out. But ProPure has their system that will, again, reduce it to non-detectable levels, almost get all of it out of there. That's also available. And if you look at the different systems they offer, the ProPure Big Brush Finish is on a stand, so it's easier on a table or at your restaurant or wherever you have it to go up with a glass or a mug and fill it up. Then there's this big baby right here, the ProPure King large version. Got a lot of different options that come with it. Also, they have the ProPure Big, probably one of the best values out there. And of course, it's burnished stainless steel. And then what I use on my RV, something that's great for your hunting cabin or the back porch, is the ProPure Traveler. Small and portable, but packs a huge punch, cleans out all that garbage. They also have glass sight spigot, so you don't have to take the top off and look in the bottom area to see how much water. You can see how fast it's filtering with this optional system. The globalists obviously are hitting us through our water. It's time to take control of our lives. It's time to not give our children and families these poisons, and these systems cut it down to non-detectable levels across the board. ProPure is the name. I only promote what I believe in. And I use ProPure in my home and my office. And I recommend that you check out the information on ProPure at Infowars.com. We already have the lowest price at Infowars.com on the ProPure gravity filter system. But when you add in the 10% off when InfoWarriors use the product code WATER at Infowars.com, nobody can top it. So again, it's a win-win-win. Stop drinking the poison water. Checkmate the globalists when it comes to your health, and support Infowars.com and the work we're doing here. You know, many revolutionaries rob banks and things and kidnap people for funds. We promote in the free market the products we use that are about preparedness. That's how we fund this revolution against the New World Order in our move to restore our constitutional republic and a spirit of 1776 worldwide. Check it out at Infowars.com. ProPure, top of the line, #1, most powerful and effective and economical gravity-fed water system in the world. ProPure, available, discounted at Infowars.com. Don't forget product code WATER to save 10%. It's the latest generation, years in development. ProPure is the name.
Welcome back to Infowars Nightly News. Now moving on to the issue of aspartame. Aspartame is, of course, a genetically engineered chemical sweetener, and it's found, even hidden, in thousands of foods and grocery products, many of which you would never suspect to have a chemical sweetener. In fact, you'll find them in chewing gum. And Melissa Melton and Alex Jones have put together a special Infowars video report on precisely that subject. Let's take a look at it right now.
Tonight, I wanted to go over the dangers of aspartame and some of the other additives that are invading even so-called healthy organic foods sold by places like Whole Foods here in Austin, Texas, that Infowars Nightly News comes to you from. And Melissa Melton has filed a report dealing with gum to save the planet that's tied into Oprah Winfrey and other eugenicists that are involved in population control. But first she went out and looked at mainline grocery stores and what they're selling versus Whole Foods. But I wanted to direct you to two new studies just out in the last week and a half published in the National Institutes of Health. Saccharin and aspartame compared with sucralose induced greater weight gain in adult Wistar rats at a similar total caloric intake levels. And we've noticed that the media has tried to spin stuff like this in the past, claiming, no, it just so happens that people that tend to eat too much also like aspartame. That's an excitotoxin, very toxic, and literally hundreds of studies since the 70s showing it causes brain tumors. And speaking of that, here's a new one. Just type into the search engine aspartame brain tumors, and you'll get the corporate media trying to whitewash it. But under that, hundreds and hundreds of studies. Here's one that just came out, October 24th. Consumption of artificial sweetener and sugar-containing soda, risk of lymphoma and leukemia in men and women. And that's published in the National Institutes of Health, and that's the Women's Hospital at Harvard Medical School and a bunch of other universities, the public health program at Boston University as well. So there it is, prestigious. Go look it up. Now listen, there are literally thousands over the years, hundreds just in the last decade. Okay, this is well known. It's a chemical weapon. Now, here's the issue. You think, well, I just won't drink Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi or whatever. I'm going to get away from this. No, you don't understand. I've been to even the so-called healthy grocery stores, and they've got all sorts of weird GMO estrogen mimickers in them and aspartame. You go to the store. I go to the gas station. I've got children. They go, hey, can I have some candy? I go, well, let's see if there's anything. And I've been in hundreds of stores in the last 10 years with my children, and you can never find Orbits full of aspartame. maybe even zoom in and show people that. It's so tiny they hide it at the end. But there it is right there for everybody that it's got it in there. Eclipse, same deal. Here's another company. All of these right there breaking all of this down. Aspartame, you can see it right there. Right there on the last one that we were showing. Right here it says aspartame. Here, pan back over to the red one for me, Rob. Right here. There you go. Aspartame. And then it's got some of these other chemicals that studies show are even worse than some of the other gums. So you're looking at that juicy fruit. Now remember, these are not sugar-free. Does that say sugar-free on it?
No, that's...
Does not say sugar-free, and we're going to get Melissa Melton's breakdown on that. Trident, not sugar-free. Dentine, double mint, everything I chewed in my life, everything I enjoy. Big Red, can't have it, can't have any of it, can't have any of it. And guess what? Big League Chew? How about Hubba Bubba for the children here that you get on Halloween when you're out there? Right there, aspartame. Aspartame, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Aspartame. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the facts that we're talking about here, and we're going to go to your detailed video report in a moment, but talk about visiting some of the stores and then talk about what you found at Whole Foods, but first getting into these and that whole stack of other studies from the National Institute of Health.gov.
Right. Well, we went to several stores, and we couldn't find one type of gum that didn't contain aspartame in it. We just couldn't find it anywhere until we got to Whole Foods, but we'll get to that in a moment. They had other things in their gum. And then if you go on the National Institutes of Health, I found 55 pages, full pages of different studies showing the negative effects of aspartame.
Just the links were 55. Just the links were 55 pages.
Pages of links, full pages.
Hundreds.
Hundreds, basically. And so I just tried to pick the first 10. I mean, because there were so many that seemed awful. And I mean...
And by the way, this isn't, you know, some little medical center saying this. It's Harvard.
Yes.
It's it's the top schools in London. It's Chinese government studies. It's Russian. This is not debatable.
National Institutes of Health wouldn't publish it if they weren't legitimate. And so here we go. I've got several more here. The first here says multi-potential carcinogenic effects of aspartame. So that means there's carcinogenic effects, and they found more than one kind, and they were very detrimental. Then you've got aspartame-induced fibromyalgia. So chronic pain that people get, they think they have fibromyalgia, could be actually caused by eating aspartame, they found. We also have antioxidant defense status in the liver. It caused hepatocellular injuries in people's livers who ate aspartame. Then we also have the aspartame beginning during prenatal life increases cancer effects in rats. So when they would feed pregnant rats aspartame, the babies would have cancer.
Same thing with fluoride water they tell pregnant women drink.
Basically, yes.
Anything to hurt that kid.
Yeah. And then you've got cancer of the liver and lung in male Swiss mice right here with the aspartame put into their food. Oxidative stress in the brain. So it stresses out, and that causes methanol found in the blood. So it also hurts your brain, and you can find traces of different things in your blood. And then finally, I found one, aspartame-fed zebrafish exhibit acute deaths. And the ones that didn't die, who were fed aspartame, had swimming defects with an increase in brain inflammation. So
it's an excitotoxin, as Dr. Blaylock discovered over 20 years ago. And understand, viewers, this is a life and death situation. The system created a chemical weapon. The Army discovered it in the 60s. Searle got the patent. Monsanto bought it and got it approved. 3 times to get it approved. Okay? And they've got other chemicals. It's not just aspartame that is in these. Okay? And your kids all day reading this, and every amphibians, fish, mammals, they test them. It kills them. Okay, this is not a game. This is rat poison for humans, and then you go to the hospitals, and they're there to reclaim you. They're there to basically bring you in and suck all your money out while they kill you. And the doctors are so brainwashed, they're just little priest class people. They don't question it either, okay? I mean, you're under attack. Please continue.
Well, and then we went to Whole Foods actually looking for gum that didn't have aspartame. And I will say this, we couldn't find any gum at Whole Foods that didn't have aspartame. But I did see a lot of different products here that have soy lecithin in it, which is an estrogen mimicker in the body, and it can cause everything from cancers to brain deficiencies to death. So It's genetically modified as well. I mean, over 90% of the soy in this country is genetically modified. Also, soy lecithin is actually produced with hexane, which is a jet fuel additive. So that's how they produce it.
Well, I mean, I remember hearing 5 years ago a report, somebody called and said, have you heard that there's silicone in the additives of Chicken McNuggets, but also many other fast foods? And I thought, now, come on, that's not true. And I went and searched it. And it was like a 2-year-old article. That'd be like 7 years ago or whatever, where, I mean, people watching just type in Chicken McNuggets silicone. And I knew silicone, when ingested, I mean, just tiny bits getting out of breast implants was causing autoimmune disorders. There was all those studies. That's why they changed it. And I was like, no, that's not true. And you look it up. No matter how crazy it is, you look it up, it's there. That's why everybody's fat and unhealthy. The studies, how this stuff makes you fat, because your body gets toxic and puts more water basically into the tissue, trying to keep it off the cells, you understand? But then the cells can't take in the regular water it needs. They're killing us. They're killing all of us, you understand? They're killing you. They know it. It's hidden in plain view. It's the White House science czar in his own book, Eco Science, where he brags. You can look it up online. The whole thing's been scanned. They put stuff in our food and water. They're doing it. And there's thousands of these additives. This is their big one. And so we educate people about how it was in a handful of products. Their answer is flood everything. Kids everywhere. I sit there sometimes when I'm paying for gas or getting something. I watch little kids up there lined up with all their sugar candy. And I'll just start saying to their parents, hey, you know this has got aspartame. And sometimes they go, really? No, it doesn't. I don't get the sugar-free stuff. I know about that. I think it killed my mother. I've had conversations. And they're like, what the? Oh, you can't have, I mean, you've got to warn people. You've got to warn them. Nowhere does it say sugar-free. People have learned that's dangerous. Their answer was, oh, you don't like that? We're going to put it in everything. I mean, I don't mean to get mad here, but we've got to get out of our trance. What is it like for you to sit here and see this?
I mean, what really bothers me, too, is that, you know, some of these products that have the soy lecithin in it say all natural, nothing artificial, right here on the package.
And that's the stuff they admit is sterilizing people.
They do, yeah. It causes infertility issues. It causes cancers. I mean, it causes all kinds of problems. It mimics estrogen in the body. So, I mean, it can hurt you in a number of different ways. And they say it's all natural. This is all natural. There's nothing artificial in this. But we know that genetically modified soy, I mean, that's pretty much all the soy we have.
Well, you did a report where Whole Foods says we don't have anything unnatural.
Nothing artificial ever. And then they come out and say, well, you know, you can't get away from genetically modified food. So.
Well, here you can't, because the rest of the world's like, no, no, no. And they'll do anything they can to get it in the country. It's not about profit. These are Defense Department fronts. This is eugenics. This is total war. And those of you out there that serve the system, you're all being bombarded by it. Cancer is exploding, neurological disorders. They're killing us.
They are. Basically, yes. And this particular gum, I thought it was interesting because it's telling you that you're going to save the earth. But not only does it have aspartame in it and soy lecithin, but it also has neotame, which was an Army experiment that's got everything aspartame has in it, plus even worse stuff.
Yeah, talk about that. In fact, we'll put this here for the document cam shot, and it's in your report, because now everywhere I go, to a Walgreens, to a store, they're like, would you like to give $3 for breast cancer? Would you like to give $5, or would you like to give $2 for this or that? And I go, no, the breast cancer is exploding because of the bisphenol A and the chemicals. I've read all this stuff. They're like, oh, whatever, sir. We just want to find the cure. My mother has it. And I'm like, listen. Everybody talks about let's find the cure. Let's find why it's exploding. I freaking know. I know. Tell people about this. We'll document cam that and tell people about it.
Well, I'm saying, like, they probably are planting a tree. When you buy this, I wouldn't doubt that you are actually...
Oh, I bet the people that run it mean well. What's incredible is the people running all this crap really believe. They don't even know what they're doing.
But this is just loaded with chemicals. I mean, not just the aspartame, which has hundreds of studies to show it causes cancer, infertility, liver... I mean, on and on and on. But it's also got neotame, which has never had a long-term independent study, ever. The only people that have done studies on neotame to say it's safe are Monsanto and Monsanto groups, basically, that they've hired to do studies.
And Monsanto, it doesn't eat GMO in their own cafeterias.
No, they won't eat GMO in their own cafeteria. And they'll
That's BBC.
$8 million to defeat Proposition 37 to save you a little bit of supposedly money for changing labeling, which we all know is untrue. But basically, and then it's just loaded with chemicals. I mean, just chemicals after chemicals after chemicals. This is amazing that they would just put that in there.
Wow.
Tell you how good it is.
Wow. Well, again, we've just scratched the surface here. Warn people. Don't be a helpless victim, so you know that the mainline gum doesn't have it in it. Get out there and tell people. I'll tell you a brief story. About a month ago, I was in a CVS because I don't have a grocery store near my house. I'm out in the country, so I go to the CVS. And I go up to pay for some stuff at the counter, and the guy goes, I'm the manager here. And I'm like, okay. And he goes, I know that was my store you put on the internet. And they asked me how I knew. I know my store. And I was supposed to get scared that I'd shot videos in there. And I go, yeah, I showed that your nursery water for kids has huge levels of fluoride in it, saying kids need it, when the American Dental Association said 6 years ago, don't give under 6-year-olds this stuff. It causes fluorosis and bone cancer. He goes, yeah, I know. I looked it up, didn't believe it. It was true. And I went, so? And he goes, you didn't have permission to film in here. And I'll do whatever I want as a public service. But the thing was, he was like in between, like, hey, I'm the authority, but hey, yeah, I saw that was true. And I started preaching to the people there. I said, yeah, they still got it back there. And he goes, well, actually, we're phasing it out. I found out system-wide and all over, because just you have been spreading the word, not us. We're just here telling you about it. People are finding out what it's doing to their kids, and that nursery water crap everywhere is being pulled. They got like 5 brands of it. You warn people, okay? This isn't a game. They're killing these kids. And I'm not going to sit here and put up with it. I want to take our country back and our world back, and I want to arrest John P. Holdren and the rest of these eugenicists. Anything else you'd like to add?
I just think it's really sad that we can't even go to the grocery store and buy gum for our children without having a fear that it's going to cause them cancer.
This is so cold-blooded. Well, Oprah Winfrey, and the rest of them, Bill Gates meeting secret meeting to reduce population.
Yes, they do.
I mean, it's right
David
there.
Rockefeller.
And it's for them, it's saving the earth.
Yeah. That's how they spin it on people. They say, you're going to save the earth, but also depopulate the earth. They got to add that in. So,
God almighty, with our modern technology, they say people with proper medicine and health can be living to 130, 140 comfortably. The U.S. population now is dropping life expectancy.
It's actually dropping all over the place.
They're killing us.
Western industrialized nation. I mean, they're all going down.
Yeah, but people out in the middle of nowhere on little Polynesian islands living to 104.
True.
They're killing us. I mean, we're sitting here talking about how we're being murdered.
I can't believe Proposition 37 was defeated. I mean, that just broke my heart. That was my last shred of faith in the system was gone. I had like 2%.
Oh, you know it was fraud.
I know, but it's just, I can't.
Look at this Mentos mints. The only mint you can get now at a major store is Altots. And I've learned they've got lobbyists, people pushing them to put that in there. Folks, you can't even get mints now that don't have it.
You can't.
Icebreaker ice cubes.
Pretty much the entire checkout aisle. Anything you buy in that
is a chemical weapon attack.
You have to look at everything. Yeah, basically.
Of course, you know where aspartame that's now in all the major candies and gums and mints? You know where it comes from? I'm not even going to tell you. I've learned if you tell people, they seem to really want to know. I'm going to tell you this. It comes from a genetically engineered little organism that defecates it. Now, I know you don't believe me. I'm just going to leave that for you. Look up aspartame manufacturing process, and it has to do with E. coli. I mean, you cannot make this up. Melissa,
disgusting.
We're going to go to your report briefly. Tell us about this report.
In this report, I just decided, I saw this gum, the Project 7 Save the Earth gum, and I decided to look into what Project 7 does, and also just some of the ingredients in their gum, so that I could see what actually comes with saving the Earth.
Project 7 sounds like some evil mastermind's operation.
Based on their website, I think they do feel like...
Oh, no, but I'm being sarcastic. It just shows how it's all in your face, though.
It is. It's very trendy looking. They got the Earth on there.
Oh, it's for the Earth.
You're going to say, it says products for good right on there. It says Project 7, products for good. So it's like...
And that's the new thing. Get us to give money that then goes... I was looking at Lance Armstrong, who didn't want the research I gave him about how they're causing the cancer, and he told me to basically go to hell. I noticed, or told the person I had to give them the info, and I noticed that whenever I look stuff up about aspartame, it's like, oh, it's not true. It's like Liv Strong's out there telling you everything's good. Go get your chemotherapy.
Definitely, yeah. Well, and I mean, it's just the fact that, you buy these things, and it's almost like it's a guilt thing. Like, you should feel bad. The Earth is hurting.
Oh, no, they guilt you now. When would you like to give $3 to the Cancer Institute? Who knows full well it's all, engineered.
Right.
And I'm like, no. And they're like, no problem then, if you don't care,
But so I wasn't even surprised to find them tied to some Bill and Melinda Gates funded places, because it's like save the earth, but hurt yourself possibly with some of these harmful chemicals. And that thing is loaded with chemicals. Aspartame, neotame, soy lecithin. It's got all kinds of other preservatives, sorbitol. I mean, it's just basically chemicals and a mint flavoring. Which is
unbelievable. And we're not even singling them out except for the angle tied to Oprah Winfrey and stuff. Okay, we're going to go to this report, and then we're going to go right back to Mike Adams after the report. Here it is.
I'm Melissa Melton reporting for Infowars Nightly News.
Project 7, a nonprofit organization, has come out with a trendy new gum product that it claims you can save the earth if you buy it. And while saving the earth might sound like a wonderful thing to do, upon further inspection, things are not what they seem with this wonderful new gum. It was found to contain aspartame, neotame, and genetically modified soy lecithin. Aspartame has been linked in studies to causing everything from blindness to liver damage to seizures. It's been linked to different cancers such as lymphoma, and it even eats holes in the brains of lab animals that it's tested on and eventually causes death. Neotame is far worse, and in long-term studies causes cell death. Genetically modified soy lecithin has been shown to mimic estrogen in the body, causing everything from reproductive issues to cancer to impeding brain development in people who ingest it. This gum wasn't the only gum we found to contain harmful chemicals. All right, so we're here at a store where we're going to see if we can find any gum that doesn't contain aspartame. So let's check. Orbit. Ew, there's something on this too. Aspartame. Maybe it's oozing aspartame. Ugh. It's Orbit. So all of this aspartame. Orbit mist, like a waterfall. Let's see. A waterfall of aspartame, actually. So let's try Trident White. Let's see. Freshens breath, good for cavities. Aspartame. Oh, let's see. What is this? Stride gum. Aspartame. Trident. Layers. Aspartame. Extra. Let's try extra. Aspartame. All of these have aspartame. Let's see. Wrigley's. Let's try Wrigley's 5. Aspartame. Dentine Ice. Aspartame. Let's see. Is that everything? Eclipse? Did we try that? Let's see. Eclipse gum. Aspartame. Let's try this sugar bubble tape. This is what the little kids like to get all the time because it rolls out. It's really fun. And it's filled with aspartame right there, bubble tape. So, as you can see, we tried. We looked at every gum here, every single gum here, and tried to find just one that didn't contain aspartame, and we couldn't find it. Now, in addition, Project 7 has partnered with and given thousands of dollars to Kony 2012 war propagandists, Invisible Children. Now, if you'll recall, they put out a whole call for military intervention into Uganda to go after warlord Joseph Kony, who hadn't even been seen in the country for years. In addition, there's a little bit of an issue with some of the management there at Invisible Children, as we'll see as we go to these clips.
That's not your average crazy person going on a naked, obscenity-filled rant in the middle of the day. It's Jason Russell.
Now, in analyzing that, you'll see Jason Russell, co-founder of Invisible Children, going on a drug-induced naked tirade through town shortly following his Kony 2012 video release.
We want $1 million, so... There's here 100,000 for Haiti and 900,000 extra for me.
In that clip you just saw, Jedediah Jenkins, Invisible Children Director of Ideology, drinking vodka and talking about how he just got a $1 million grant for children's relief after the Haiti earthquake, of which $100,000 would go to the children and $900,000 he would keep for himself. Really makes you feel like you want to donate money to these guys. Now, in addition, Project 7 has also partnered and funds 2 organizations that are co-funded by known elite eugenicist Bill Gates and his Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And Oprah has recently been seen giving out water from Project 7 at some of her events. As you might recall, Oprah likes to take part in secret meetings with known eugenicists Ted Turner, Warren Buffett, and David Rockefeller and Bill Gates, where population control seems to be the constant topic of discussion.
The price of admission is $1 billion and a philanthropic heart, and that meets the pricey requirements recently held in a secret meeting, a private meeting in New York City.
Behind closed doors on this New York campus, a secret gathering of some of the world's most powerful people. Gates, Buffett, Bloomberg, Winfrey. It was like, well, it was like the Super Friends.
So there you have it. Companies like to sell you the trendy idea of saving the earth, that you're going to do something great, it's going to be really good. And in the meantime, you're also co-funding eugenicist organizations and organizations run by corrupt people, and you could potentially be hurting yourself with harmful chemicals. So check those labels, guys. I'm Melissa Melton reporting for Infowars Nightly News.
Thanks, guys, for that piece. Wow. What an eye-opener, and what a packed show tonight. All kinds of guests and information and special reports for you. In fact, we've got coming up right now one of my favorite people and experts on firearms and home training for firearms. His name is, well, Joe Nobody. That's obviously not his real name, but he can't disclose his identity because of the nature of his information. His website is holdingyourground.com, and he's got books on Amazon.com and elsewhere, including The Homeschool Shootist, which is a book that I really recommend. It teaches you how to shoot by teaching yourself using the book. It's homeschooling to learn firearms, basically. And he joins us now by phone here on Infowars Nightly News. Joe, thank you for joining me this evening.
Well, Mike, thank you so much for having me. It's good to speak to you again, sir.
It's great to have you back on. It's been a few months, and a lot has happened since then, especially Hurricane Sandy and the aftermath of that. What's your take on all of these citizens in that realm being disarmed and unable to protect themselves from looters, and yet the government denies them the right to own firearms for self-protection, that it really puts them at risk in these kinds of situations? Your thoughts, Joe?
That's every American, or not every, but most Americans' worst nightmare. You know, you hear rumors and emails and news reports about various UN treaties or various assault weapons bans. I think there was an article on Infowars recently about Senator Feinstein and some of her activities that are rumored. It's a very bad situation, and as I've stressed in numerous interviews and books and things, if you don't have security, really nothing else happens. And you can have, even if you did have a prepper on Staten Island who you know, had a food store, had a water store, had a generator, or some other alternative energy source, flood and fires chasing you away, looters are chasing you away. Boy, it's a bad situation. It's something I hope I never have to go through.
Absolutely. It was a very bad situation. And, you know, many people were actually killed by improper use of the generators, which tells me that a lot of Americans out there who are even buying gear for preparedness are not adequately practicing on how to use that gear in a safe and effective manner. Is that something that you see often in the prepper movement, Joe?
Most preppers, you know, with the exception of firearms, we see so many people that go out and buy a firearm, and it's quite a while normally before they get around to taking some training or practicing on their own. But most preppers, I think, go out and at least try their gear out once or twice, especially, I'll give you an example around Houston where I live. We're kind of Hurricane Alley around here.
Yeah.
Our news reports, there's free brochures at the grocery store. Most people around here, because storms are so real and power failures are so real, I've been without electricity in my suburban Houston home for 14 days after a hurricane. Yeah. We go out and we practice. We make sure the stuff works. You can't wait till it's too late.
Yeah, but you're the expert on this. You're the author. I mean, the average Joe, not Joe Nobody, but the average Joe person out there is not perhaps as motivated or doesn't need to write books about it. So do you think are they sort of putting themselves in a situation where they don't have the skills that they need to survive a real crisis?
I think the preppers are far ahead of the average person, but any of us, even Joe Nobody, the author, can always use more practice. And you know, again, the people up on the East Coast, I don't think most of them believed it was going to hit them.
Yeah, true.
Even with the 3 days warning. Now, you have to start asking some questions. Why wasn't every car already full of gas? If there's a storm out in the Gulf here, the lines at the gas station, while manageable, they're not 4 hours or 5 hours, but you can tell the gas stations are more busy. Everybody knows to fill up. Why wasn't every bathtub full of water? Why wasn't every, 5-gallon container in the house, including buckets, full of water?
And just as importantly, why didn't FEMA have supplies? As FEMA claims, it's there to help save the American people, so you don't have to prepare yourself, because FEMA will come rescue you with handouts. But then FEMA ran out of water, and food. And well, they did serve some cookies. That's not really survival food, but they did serve cookies and I guess empty bottles of water. That's a government solution for you there, huh?
Yeah, that's really the core, the heart and soul of the prepper movement. And I am a happier individual. I'm a more content, calm. I enjoy life more as an individual because I don't have to depend on FEMA. And my dad always said, you can only count on yourself and your family. And I think that's some pretty wise advice right there. That's why I do what I do, and I think you do a lot of what you do. Yeah. Is if people will be, even if nothing ever happens, walking through life knowing that you don't have to worry about FEMA helping you, or how good FEMA is, or how good Homeland Security is. You can take care of things yourself. And it's just a better life, I think.
I completely agree. Now, you mentioned Dianne Feinstein earlier, and then we got into sort of the state of denial about preparedness. A lot of people right now are also in a state of denial about Senator Feinstein's gun-grabbing efforts, which appear to have been revitalized in the days following President Obama's re-election. The UN Small Arms Treaty is now being renegotiated, and it looks like it might be likely to be adopted by the United States of America. A lot of people are concerned about how that treaty would be interpreted in America and how it might conflict with the Second Amendment or even nullify it in America. And of course, beyond that, Senator Feinstein wants to push through legislation that would criminalize all semi-automatic weapons, requiring people to turn them in. Not just a ban on sales, Joe, but requiring owners of weapons and firearms that they bought years ago to turn them into the government. Now, you know a lot of people in the preparedness movement and let's say operators who have experience in the Middle East. Do you think that a national gun grab is going to fly in America if it is attempted to be enforced?
No.
Why? Tell us why.
Well, first of all, the enforcement. The enforcement would be almost practically impossible. There's not enough police officers who would go along. There's definitely not enough military. Back in 2008, when President Obama was elected, a lot of people went through the same mental exercises. And I remember being in a rifle class up in Monoc. And there were a lot of military, a lot of LE guys, and the question went around, if you were ordered to do so, would you do it? And I think the average American would stick out their chest a little bit. Most of the guys there said, absolutely not.
But
what am I going to do?
Well, sorry to interrupt, Joe, but let me give you another scenario, though. That was their answer in that political climate. What if a massive, let's say a false flag type of attack were carried out? Another kind of 9/11 that they blamed on patriots, that they blamed on preppers, blowing up a federal building or whatever they come up with. Wouldn't that change the perception among law enforcement officers and perhaps even veterans that, or do you think that wouldn't work, that ploy wouldn't work? What's your take if that happens?
Well, obviously I can't, I'm not a smart enough guy to analyze, future or parallel events, but I think it would have to be...
man, parallel worlds, quantum physics. Come on, Joe, lay it out for us, brother.
Yeah, I wish. It would have to be extremely well done, and even if even if the guys and girls who were tasked to go around and collect the weapons, if you will, you've seen all of these nightmare scenarios where the police are going through neighborhoods, knocking on people's doors and saying, hey, turn over your firearms, or hey, we have a warrant to search your home. for firearms, it is just logistically impossible. They just couldn't do it.
It's also suicidal, isn't it? I mean, who would want to be the guy going door to door saying, hand over your guns?
Yeah, I mean, they would get through the first 5 or 10,000 or whatever the right number was, and you would begin to see marches, protests, rallies, and probably those rallies, most of the people going to those rallies would be willing to fight to keep that right.
Yeah.
Boy, I hope it doesn't come to that. Most of the LE and military guys are good guys.
I hope it doesn't come to that as well, but one of the things, if you look back at the Cold War and mutually assured destruction, it was all based on the idea that the Soviet Union was thinking rationally, and thus they wouldn't launch nukes to the U.S. because that would then result in their own self-destruction. But we've got a liberal, almost sort of a socialism type of leadership in this country right now. What if they're not rational? What if they've deceived themselves so much that they think they can get away with it, and thus they try to pull it off anyway?
Again, that's always a possibility. I just, personally, I don't think it's likely. Now, you're talking to a guy who keeps his firearms in 3 different locations. And I won't say that the reason you're just outlining isn't part of it. I keep my firearms and my ammunition kind of for fire, kind of for theft, kind of for that reason that you're talking about, just in case. I keep them kind of scattered around. I also know guys who have a throwdown. They've got an old bolt action such and such that probably doesn't even shoot anymore, and if they came to the door and asked, they'd gladly hand it over.
Right. Here's your weapon. That's the only one I have. That kind of thing.
Yeah, but I just, and the UN treaty, I've read parts of that, the parts that people are most concerned about. You also have in the United States an extremely powerful lobby in the NRA, as well as the gun manufacturers themselves. It's probably one of the few businesses in the United States that's got a lot of money in their war chest.
Oh, yeah, and their stock prices are skyrocketing thanks to Obama. Again, it's one of the best investments you can make.
Absolutely. You go to a gun show, and it's been there for years now, but they're still around. President Obama is the best gun salesman in the country.
Yeah.
T-shirts and bumper stickers, but I'm not worried really about gun grab. I worry about social upheaval, economic unrest, or social unrest, economic upheaval. I focus my preps on that and being able to handle that. It's not something that I give a large percentage of it happening to.
Okay, well, very good. I'm glad to hear that is a bit of a sense of relief. But I guess the good news is, if you're preparing for economic collapse, you are simultaneously overlapping preparedness for all kinds of scenarios, and that's the beauty of having this basic skill set that you teach. By the way, I'll plug your book in the Homeschool Shootist, which I've used to shoot up numerous frisbees on the gun range. So thank you for teaching me how to shoot frisbees.
That's a great training aid, isn't it? And a lot of fun.
It is, and they're hard to hit with an AR, believe me.
Yeah, have you gotten to the point? Have you gotten to the point yet where you can hit them 2 or 3 times on the same toss?
Not yet. No, I'm working on my skills.
You'll get there. It's a heck of a lot of fun, and zip lines and little robots running around. And
I got the robot truck with the balloons on it, and we've been popping balloons, and that's a lot of fun. So, yeah, but tell us about your book a little bit. Go ahead and give us a little brief of what's in it.
It's really a book to teach advanced skills. It assumes that you have, basic knowledge of your weapon, basic safety knowledge. Somebody commented to me the other day, it's the first gun book they've ever read that the first part of the book wasn't the 4 rules of firearm safety. And everybody should know those. That's right. Not light, but this is a book for more advanced skills. This is a book on combat shooting with a shoulder-fired weapon, 0 to 600 meters. It has I've done that's been one of my primary sources of income for years. Has been teaching combat shooters. It's got 20-some years of my experience in it, tips and tricks, methods, training aids. It's really I think, a valuable resource. And whether you're a prepper or not, if you're just into shooting, if you just want to go out and have some fun and do something a little bit more entertaining than poke holes in paper, it's a good resource. And shooting's a perishable skill, and it's something that if you're really a serious prepper, you need to be able to handle a firearm for a lot of different reasons.
Well, I would like to invite you, Joe, if you're ever out in the Austin area, we should hook you up with, maybe we get the Infowars camera crew, and you can wear a mask or something to cover your face, protect your identity, and then you could show us some of the stuff on camera. So let us know if you're ever out here and if you're interested in that.
Oh, I would. I make it over to that neck of the woods every now and then. There's also a YouTube video for the book that's up, actually 2 of them, and they show Corporal, a USMC Corporal, and myself out doing some of the exercises, and it's on YouTube and the website, and it's easy to find.
Okay, good.
And a lot of good comments on that.
We're just about out of time, Joe, but I want to ask you, one of some of the rhetoric that we saw in the Obama, pre-election campaigning was getting pretty violent on the left. You had Move On and Michael Moore putting out those ads that were talking about committing acts of violence against the genitals of Mitt Romney, and burning down cities and a lot of profanity and things like that. And you had threats of people on Twitter who said if Romney won, they would riot and they would target Romney supporters and things like that. Are you concerned that there is an escalating ambiance of violent rhetoric, or do you think that's just nothing to be concerned about, and is just part of the playing games with the election? What's your take on all that?
I think social upheaval is a serious matter. It's something that I pay very close attention to. It has happened in our past. A lot of people don't know it. There have been 24 times in the history of the United States where federal troops have been called out to put down social unrest or to solve or intervene in social issues. And I think that economically speaking, if the middle class suffers a cold, if the middle class gets the flu, the lower people economically, they get pneumonia. And if people get hungry, if people get desperate, if the social service programs collapse, if the dollar collapses, you could see very easily social upheaval.
Well, we almost saw that in the Northeast. I mean, the EBT cards, the food stamp cards, they're all electronic payment systems, and all those systems failed because of the hurricane and the power grid going down. So we got a little taste of that just recently. That should wake a lot of people up, but I suspect it won't.
It probably won't. They'll blame the hurricane. They'll blame, an act of God or global warming or whatever they come up with to blame.
Yeah.
And again, I just want to stress, everybody will worry about all this stuff a whole lot less. They'll be a whole lot happier the more self-sufficient they are.
Absolutely.
The less that we need or want or have to have government in our lives and be depending on somebody else. And I don't care if you're a prepper or not. I don't care if you're upper class or lower class or middle class or no class like me.
Come on.
You just, that's why I prep. It's just a better life. And all this stress over elections and Iran and all of this stuff kind of fades a little bit to the background because you're focused and I can take care of myself and my family.
That's a really good point, because the liberal media often accuses preppers of inciting fear when it's actually the opposite. It's encouraging confidence, the ability to face the future with a sense of confidence like you just described, Joe, not having these threats be something that can escalate and threaten your survival. You know, if the stores don't have food, no problem, you've got your food. If law enforcement is down and 911 doesn't work, as it didn't following Hurricane Sandy, no problem, you've got your own firearm at home, you know how to use it, and you have boundaries of when to use it and when not to use it. Those are the kinds of solutions that America needs. I know you agree with that. And final comments before we wrap this interview up with you, Joe.
Well, I read you and some of you and Alex's work on Hurricane Sandy, and I thought it was very insightful. You guys need to quit beating around the bush, though, and just really come out with what you think there.
Right.
No, actually, I really enjoyed it, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to everybody.
Well, thank you, Joe. I really appreciate you joining us here on Infowars Nightly News. Take care. Hope to have you on again in the future. The website, everybody, is holdingyourground.com. All right, that's the show for you, folks. I've enjoyed hosting tonight. This is Mike Adams, the Health Ranger, editor of naturalnews.com. And be sure to check out prisonplanet.tv. Subscribe, become a member, and share that subscription with others so they can also stay informed about liberty and what's really going on in the world. And check out more details about these breaking stories on Infowars.com, and probably many stories tomorrow on The Alex Jones Show as well. Have a good evening, and we'll be back soon with more stories. Take care.
Hello, I'm Alex Jones, host of Infowars Nightly News, and I'm also a documentary filmmaker. And I've been doing a lot of research concerning preparedness because my listeners have been asking me my opinion on it because it's one of the hottest phenomenons in society right now. And that's for good reason. There is a social conscience or social instinct that all is not well in the state of the United States or the world. We see incredible degeneration in our economy thanks to the globalists. We see crime increasing, our prisons filled. We have 90% of the population living in urban areas and are almost completely unself-sufficient. If we have a Great Depression like they had back in the 1920s and 30s, it is going to be absolutely devastating. And so millions of people a month are buying guns at record levels. They're prepping, they're buying food, they're planting gardens. All of that is great. But an area I don't really hear discussed, or if I do, it's done in a very thin surface way, is location. Now, I've known enough to move outside Austin, Texas, where I broadcast my radio show. But I understand that I still live just a few miles from a major thoroughfare. And if society has any type of collapse or major disruption, every major city in this country will basically look like New Orleans in a very, very short period of time. And so that's why I personally am getting prepared with solar and with well water and rainwater collection and firearms. But I'm also getting prepared politically out there trying to wake up others. so that as these hard times unfortunately get worse, because the globalists have engineered it that way, that more people are awake and understand what's happening. Because the social engineers want us dependent on them. They admit that that's their plan. The question is, who's going to make it to that finish line before this accelerated collapse actually takes place and these larger wars that they want to start? Now, in the next hour, I want to break down with one of the foremost experts out there, Joel Skousen. He's written the book, Strategic Relocation. We'll put that up on screen, North American Guide to Safe Places, 3rd edition. But I wanted to have a visual guide to the book with the author walking us through this. Now, Joel, of course, his famous uncle wrote The Naked Communist, exposing that powerful elites were funding communism. Joel himself is an author, and he is the editor of the acclaimed World Affairs Brief that breaks down things on a daily and weekly basis. He was also a Marine Corps fighter pilot who made carrier landings at night. We were talking about that before we started taping here today. Maybe at the end, he'll talk a bit about that, staring death in the eye, as we all do in one way or another. And as we talk about trying to get prepared and ready for what's already hitting us. You see, people now realize the New World Order, globalism is real. And about 2% of the population is now trying to prep. Most experts I talk to say that if 3 to 4 to 5% start to prep, that's going to drive up prices on everything and is going to put prepping and preparation out of reach of a lot of people. So it's important now to start moving in that direction. And hopefully we can reverse the tide of tyranny, and this won't be needed. But if we don't reverse it, it's obviously going to be needed. So it's insurance that is also a way of life and self-sufficiency that all of our ancestors in every culture did, just out of hand. I mean, whose grandparents out there didn't have storable food and things like that and kept some money in the mattress? And we called them old fogies. Well, that common sense is coming back into style. So with us is Joel Skousen to walk us through his book in a visual format. And this truly is the secrets of survival from one of the foremost experts. He also is one of the foremost experts in safe homes and consults all over the country and the world. Joel, great to have you here with us.
Good to be with you, Alex.
You've got the floor. Break down what you're going to go over here today.
You know, I got this background on strategic relocation. My original expertise was in high security architecture. I was one of the pioneers in the field, wrote the book, The Secure Home. It's been in print now for 30 years. And it's the Bible of that genre of building. But as I did so and designed and worked with people to help them build homes all over the country and even in some in Central America, I unknowingly became a judge of what was a safe location and what wasn't a safe location. And so about 2 years before Y2K hit, I wrote the book, Strategic Relocation, the 1st edition. It's been a long gestation since there. The book has been selling steadily since 1998. But since this new 3rd edition came out, it has all new color maps of every state in the Union, provinces of Canada, all of the regional threats, charts galore. It's the analysis in this book, as well as the graphics, that leads people through a complete understanding of every state, helps them walk through the decision process. Because frankly, this is not easy. It's not easy because very few people can go and leave their jobs and go out into rural areas where there's safety. In other words, security financially is the antithesis of security in terms of location, because the safest locations are where there's very few people, very rural, and that's the opposite of what you need to have jobs. But what happened in Y2K, I was one of the advisors to Gary North when he was really pushing Y2K, and the world owes a great debt of gratitude to Gary for warning about Y2K. In fact, the establishment laughs at him now, but they took his warning, they fixed most of the problems, and didn't give him credit for the fact that he goaded them into it. But there were a lot of people in Y2K that said the end of the world is coming, I'm bailing out of society, going out to rural. They bought a lot of survival equipment, generators, food storage, etc. And when it didn't happen, it did happen. There was about 5 major events that the media covered up. But really, the infrastructure stayed together. And about a year later, I started to get calls from people saying, Joel, I hear you do consulting and strategic relocation. I'm out here in Podunksville, and I've run out of money. Self-sufficiency turned out to be a lot more expensive than I thought. What do I do? And I said, I hate to say this, but you got to go back into society. You got to reestablish your financial lifeline. Then you got to do this all over again properly, carefully, using contingency planning rather than just bailing out. Now, there are some people who can live anywhere, who can live off of a computer and who can go anywhere they want, live in a rural community. But even them, and I was one of those that did that myself, I took an airplane and I flew all around the country and I picked out the most idyllic spot in Oregon, the Hood River Valley, moved my whole family there. And then it came time, we had homeschooled them all, it came time to college, and I realized there's no way to give these guys a college education in Ruralsville. And I actually had to move the family back to another safe location that was near a metropolitan area so that I could provide education. So you see, even for a survival expert like myself, it isn't a clear-cut, easy choice. You have compromises that every location has. But the first process I like to take people through, I'd like to do in this interview, is how to engage in strategic thinking. Most people, and I can't blame them, we're victims of the world that we live in, but we live in a world of illusions. Now, those illusions of prosperity have somewhat broken since 2008. But in fact, people still think that things are pretty good. Restaurants are full, the movie houses are full, people are still spending money. We have kind of a segmented, selective recession, selective depression. There are people who are out of work, who are really hurting, who can't raise their money or their income to match inflation. And there's those people that are on the receiving end of inflation, 2 or 3 steps down from the government putting money out. But they live under the illusion of prosperity, that these things are coming back. Every night on the nightly news, as you know, the business people are always hyping recovery is just around the corner. They've been doing that for 2 years now. Still not here. But in fact, there are signs of an inflationary recovery starting. And it's a combination of a couple of things. One, we have sat for 3 or 4 years not inflating, not going into deeper debt, at least in terms of the consumers, and that's been healing the economy slowly. It's been getting people used to what I call the real economy. That is not based upon consumer debt completely. It's based upon people's disposable income. And at the same point, we have had consolidation of bad properties, bad values. These things are being liquidated through foreclosures, and all of that's healthy. All of that should occur. And in fact, the economy would heal if they wouldn't try to pump more money into it, recover. But I suspect, my analysis is that we're going to see one more bubble that they're going to create. And it's limited. It can't get as high as the previous bubble because we're facing what's called stagflation. The only tool in the toolkit for the globalist, for the Fed, is inflation. But they're limited because if they go much over 10% inflation, they start to strangle the people who can't adjust their income. And as that economy and the deflationary effects take over, it balances out the inflation and keeps inflation from getting to hyperinflation. To get to hyperinflation, and that's one of the biggest misnomers in our society, is that there's going to be hyperinflation. You really have to have 2 things. You have to have a fairly modest supply of money that you can double and triple fairly rapidly. We're well beyond that. Got a base in dollars worldwide of anywhere between $200 and $300 trillion. It's not very easy, even for the Fed at $10 trillion a year, to double or triple the money supply. Second thing is you've got to have an automatic injection mechanism where government increases everybody's income so that they accommodate inflation. That's what happened in Germany. They started taking over the payment of wages when France was...
Instead, we've got a depression in the economy, and then they've done some inflating, but mainly just to pay off some of the big banking debts.
Most of the inflation has gone into what I call the speculative economy. It is funneled through the investment banks that goes into their people, and that money isn't going into the real economy, maybe 20%, but most of it's churning in the stock market, churning in the Forex, foreign exchange market, and that's why it isn't getting here, and that's why the stock market keeps ballooning up. It's a separate economy that they built, what I call the speculative economy. So what I'm saying is that we hear a lot in the prepper community. There's a show called Doomsday Preppers. And of course, it's hyping ridiculousness and poking fun. But there are some legitimate people in here who have done a tremendous job at preparing. But I have to chuckle a little bit when I've seen some of the shows because of the reasons they give. Almost 90% of those on doomsday preppers think there's an absolute total economic collapse coming within 9 months. And even though fundamentals, Austrian economics would say that has to happen or it's true, they underestimate the powers that be who have these power to create and control money, banks, and the press.
And new mini bubbles.
That's right. They underestimate the power of the powers that be to keep this economy floating by adjusting the rate of inflation, balancing inflation versus depression.
Sure, it's a slow, rotting slide. That's what the globalists admit they want. They don't want big events that could wake up too many people.
Exactly.
But that brings up my next question for you, then I want to get into the presentation that's so important here. Why do you think then so many more people are getting ready?
Well, part of it is that they don't understand the nature of the conspiracy. They don't understand that there is a great, powerful force, not only to take down liberty, which is what their agenda is, but to make sure that they don't get the blame for it. So they're going to use, they blame it on everyone, they blame it on the free market, they blame it on business cycle. It's not the business, it's the monetary cycle created by the Fed. And ultimately, these people are going to escape blame because they're planning a war for us, a third world war, a nuclear war, which in fact will wipe out a great deal of the financial centers and let them to walk away and say, it wasn't our fault.
What's the strategy on the Arab Spring and putting Al-Qaeda and Al-Qaeda-Light into Libya and all these other countries?
The big agenda on that is a little bit complex, if you'll bear with me. They have dealt with these people for years, these tyrants like Gaddafi in Libya and Assad in Syria. They did rendition flights to Syria where they tortured. I mean, these people have known these are evil people, but they've never taken them down before. Why now? Why the Arab Spring? It isn't because of democracy. It isn't because they want those people free. In fact, they're not free. Egypt has yet to achieve any kind of freedom. Libya is still in factionalized infighting, not going to be free. You got a lot of Arab nationals and radicals, a lot of Muslim fundamentalists running this show. They don't have an agenda about letting people do what they want. So the real agenda here in terms of fomenting the Arab Spring is to create conflict that is going to allow them to rearrange the chess pieces in the Middle East. Right now in the Middle East, you have Israel as the rising emerging power surrounded by nations that have thousands of missiles that threaten Israel. Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, and Iran. So they're targeting Iran because Iran is the strongest boy on the block. They control, more or less, the other elements of the Arab fundamentalists, especially Syria, and Syria controls Lebanon. If they attack Iran, if they get Iran out of the picture, of course they know that Iran will retaliate before that attack is complete. That retaliation is going to give Israel an excuse to launch out militarily and bring the U.S. in, because the U.S. troops being in that area will get struck as well. Once we're bloodied, we have an excuse to come in. I think they're going to take down most of Israel's enemies in this next Middle East war. And they're going to neuter Iran, not by invading, because we can't afford another invasion. It would be very unpopular like Iraq and Afghanistan is. But I think what they're going to do is not just go after the nuclear weapons or the nuclear enrichment center. There are no nuclear weapons in Iran. But they're going to use the same excuse to take out all the military infrastructure and take out a lot of the civilian infrastructure, bring Iran to a third world country, right now a second world country, and neuter it, get it out of the way so that it's not a problem. I think, in fact, they're going to take Syria down before then, only because if Iran retaliated, Syria will also retaliate. It has the most weapons nearest to Israel. Israel would take a tremendous hit. Their Arrow anti-missile system is not capable of stopping the thousands of missiles that Syria can put out there, combined with those in Lebanon. And if Egypt joins the ranks as well, it could be really devastating for Israel. So I think they're going to take Syria out before. That's why they're engendering all of this foreign invasion of supporting the rebels, and why they don't give Assad credit for anything, including a ceasefire. They continue to exacerbate that ceasefire, as you've reported on your news very, very well.
And so getting the Middle East out of the way is just a prelude towards the larger war they want to start.
But it's part and parcel of the larger war, because part of that is you've got to build, Russia and China, who are going to prosecute this war against the West, need to have an excuse so they don't look like aggressors. That excuse is being handed to them by our globalist leaders, by this intervention. The underlying cause of all of the intervention is the desire to give the West the reputation of the bully of the world. And that's what they did in the Slavic countries. That's why in Serbia, in the attack, they went after civilian infrastructure to create hatred against Americans. Americans were popular in Russia and in Serbia and other until they went after civilian infrastructure, bombed bridges and power plants and television stations, not just military targets. Israel did that same thing in the last invasion of Lebanon. They went after civilian infrastructure. No need to do that except to antagonize the population. And you say, why would anyone want to antagonize? People have to think that, understand that there's systematic evil in the world. This isn't just one bad guy looking after his personal interests. This is systematic evil that thinks in strategic ways. We have to learn to think strategically.
It's a three-level chess, and it's a stratagem, a deceptive strategy.
That's right. And the stratagem is we're going to antagonize the world. It hands Russia and China the excuse to say, we went to war with the West so that we could stop the bully of the world, and the world will applaud. Just as most of the world applauded when Bush, got out of office.
That's why we learned it was really the CIA that leaked out the Abu Ghraib photos, who'd actually ordered it.
That's exactly right.
I mean, all of it is systematic, and then put America's name on the globalist agenda. Incredible. You're watching the film presentation of Strategic Relocation with Joel Skousen and myself, Alex Jones. We're going to go right back to it here in a moment at prisonplanet.tv. But I want to encourage all of the viewers out there to think about what's just happened in the last week and a half. And of course, we're talking about Hurricane Sandy and now the election. This society is incredibly complex, and when anything gets disrupted by an election or by a storm, society degenerates very, very quickly. And that's why it's important that even if you're going to live in a big city, to know the escape routes that aren't going to be used like the major thoroughfares that are going to turn into death traps, major highways and things like that. And to know about different regions of the country that are statistically safer if things ever get so bad that you decide to emergency relocate. It's about thinking about our surroundings and being aware. And this is a process that I've gotten deeper into as this New World Order engineered collapse accelerates. That's why it's important for everyone watching this video presentation to get the DVD at InfoWarsStore.com. When you do that, you're not only supporting our operation and what we're doing fighting the globalist, more importantly, you're getting a hard copy of the film with the expanded extras in a higher res quality so that you can also show it to your friends and family. There's also, of course, the internet kill switch they're designing, more and more systems to delete videos off the web, so it's important to have a hard copy as well. But not just a hard copy of the film. The book Strategic Relocation, 3rd edition, that is brand spanking new, has hundreds of color maps and details those escape routes, goes over a list of countries and politically how safe they are or how dangerous they are, and the different attributes and problems associated with it. It gets into so many different angles that we also cover in the film that's coming up here. But again, it is so important for those of us that are aware of what's happening in this world to get even more prepared and then to teach others how to be prepared. Because the globalists do not want you being prepared. They want you dependent so they can control you. This is what Stalin did with the kulaks in areas of Eastern Europe when they took over, cutting off the infrastructure and making them starve to death in Ukraine and other areas. This is what Mao did with the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward from 1949 and on. This is what Hitler did to occupied areas. This is about consolidation because the name of the game is control. So we have the film Strategic Relocation. We have the book Strategic Relocation that everybody should keep in their car for just the road maps alone. And there is Joel Skousen's book, The Secure Home. We have all of these publications discounted with free citizen rule books with every order at InfoWarsStore.com. This is a win-win-win-win. You support our operations to get the news and the truth out when you buy books and videos and t-shirts and things from us at InfoWarsStore.com. You get hard copies of this key information to educate and inform yourself to a higher level, to then force multiply that to your friends, your family, your neighbors, your community. And I'll assure you, even if you're a Special Forces veteran, you will learn something from these books. Even if you are a woodsman or a huntsman, you will learn something from this information. Because Joel Skousen, I've researched the work he's done, and quite frankly, it's amazing that he's built houses in all 50 states, that he's consulted all over the world, that he's lived in many of the countries that he breaks down in this film and in these books. We're going to go back to the documentary right now, but again, please think about going over to InfoWarsStore.com or InfoWarsShop.com and securing copies of the books and the film so that you have hard copies in your library and support our operations. We take you back now to Strategic Relocation. Well, Joel, I interrupted you and segued off in the Middle East, but get back into the point that you were trying to make previously.
Well, all of these strategic antagonisms around the world is meant to set the United States, set the West up, and that's why NATO's involved in this, so that Western Europe is as guilty in the eyes of the world as the West, as the antagonists, the bullies of the world. Ron Paul is absolutely right. They hate us not because of our freedoms. They hate us because we're in those countries, occupying those countries, and worse, our CIA is undermining leaders, changing leadership, getting dirt on leaders so that they can manipulate world leaders to follow the globalist agenda. And all of this is going to eventually end up very bad for the United States. We're going to have a nuclear preemptive strike against this country. The leaders want it. They're preparing for it. They're covering for it. They aren't telling the American people that Russia is building a tremendous nuclear arsenal, even as we continue to disarm, even as they do not disarm, even while we disarm, and we don't tell the American people that we know that they're not disarming. I mean, this is a tremendous charade, an evil charade. Our Western counterparts even took part in promulgating the phony fall of the Soviet Union. They knew that this was a fraud. They knew that the communists were simply going underground, that these were puppets like Yeltsin and Putin who still worked for the communist hierarchy. They knew, as anyone who in Moscow knows, you still hear the words, the party tells you to do this, the party says this.
And they never even took the red stars off the tanks. They marched on May Day, recently, and break down for people then before we get into preparedness, because this is important just briefly, the different factions you see, because I look at your theory and your idea that they're planning to let the United States be attacked and then basically rise up this new, global order to, counter it. And it's not about freedom. It's all about this hegemonic control. But I see the underground bases. I see the giving away of the Panama Canal. I see the destroying of infrastructure while building an underground infrastructure, and not just physically underground, but a shadow government system. There's instant, evidence everywhere that the elite is, building up towards the type of thing you're talking about.
There is evidence. For example, when I was designing and helping to build and oversee high-security homes around the nation, I would find contractors who would say that he's former CIA, he's former Treasury, and they're all building bunkers under the house. So they know that something big is coming. They're not building those bunkers, and the U.S. isn't building huge underground bases and bunkers because of some terrorist threat. They know that a massive nuclear attack is coming. They want that attack to come. But there are secret weapon systems. In fact, it's kept Russia and China for years from attacking the United States. They're afraid of what they don't know about. That's why their espionage is at full fever pitch in the United States, because they're trying to find out what they're really going to face if they attack the United States. And the United States is bending over backwards to appear weak, to give concessions. And you you hear some of these eavesdropping conversations about the Russians. Can't understand those Americans. They seem so stupid. They seem like, so we're so easy to infiltrate. They don't realize, though, that our own government is laughing themselves, saying, oh, they think that they...
Because they're only infiltrating one level. They're infiltrating really the stage managed circus.
And we don't capture and we don't arrest their spies because we want to make them feel comfortable that we're vulnerable, that we're easy to infiltrate. But in fact, there are sections that can't be easily infiltrated. And those are not being prepared to save America. They're being prepared only to bring out those secret weapons to prosecute World War III after we've been attacked, after we've been devastated. Because it's very simple. If the American military is intact, the Americans are going to rise up and say, go get those guys, you know, let's prosecute this war and use our own troops to do it. But if our troops are decimated, then we come out and we say, what can we do? And our globalist leaders say, oh yes, we're no longer a military power. Our only salvation is join together with all the remaining nations, form a new United Nations, probably called the League of Democracies or something. And we'll make this militarized, and as a world organization, we'll go after Russia and China.
Well, Henry Kissinger has said things like that. He said, faced with a big enough crisis, America will accept UN troops in Los Angeles.
Yeah. And several of the globalists over the years have made these things that we have to get globalism by stealth. We have to fool people into accepting it. This is going to be the mother of all terrorist attacks. It's going to make 9/11, a government operation from beginning to end, look like a picnic.
And they engineered, on record in hindsight, World War I to get League of Nations.
That's right.
World War II, engineered, financed, enemies built up to try to get it. And then they're going to use World War III. I mean, that's their plan. That's their program. That's what they do.
That's right. So strategic relocation is a systematic way to think strategically in the future about how do I safeguard. And it isn't a doomsday scenario necessarily. I'm saying this is insurance, just like you said. You've got to be prepared while we fight to retain our liberty, while we fight to expose globalism. We have to realize we're talking about a very powerful combination of power, very powerful. They own establishment media. They own about 75% of congressmen. They have dirt on them. They can control them. They own almost all the judges at the appellate and higher level, even the so-called conservative ones, they have dirt on. Now, they don't control them on every decision lest it become obvious, but they can turn the screws when they need to, like when it comes up to exposing or ruling appropriately on Obama's lack of citizenship. That is never going to see the light of day.
Why are they openly marching in with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Secretary of Defense and telling Congress the UN gives us orders now? Obama writes letters saying, I take orders from the UN. He became the first president to sit on the National Security Council, violating Article 1, Section 9. Why are they being so naked in all of this right now, in your view?
Well, it's naked to those of us who look at this, but if you look at what it looks like from the press, it's just a mention here and there, and they don't give it emphasis. If someone in Congress to really get up and say, this is a violation of the Constitution, there is no power, as Ron Paul has repeated, there is no power to take orders from NATO or the United Nations. They have no authority over everything. And if the press gave that, you know, you can mention something once and it means nothing to the American people. It has to become a drumbeat. And they don't make it a drumbeat. They may mention it once, but people don't get upset unless the media focuses on it. So what to you and I may be obvious is not obvious to the American people. Nevertheless, it is slowly accustoming all of your pundits, all of your people who are not dyed-in-the-world co-conspirators, but yes men going along trying to improve their careers by saying yes to the establishment. Those people get these subliminal messages.
No, exactly. What happens is while they simultaneously make fun of us that are awake and actually read what the globalists say, they've gone in just the last 10 years from going, you're a kook, no world government or globalism exists, to you're a kook because you don't like the New World Order and globalism. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, you said it didn't exist. Well, now I'm bad because I don't want to embrace it. And so they're like, okay, the UN does tell us what to do. You know, what's the big deal?
But it's benevolent. That's their message now. This isn't harmful. This is good for humanity, good for the environment. What they don't realize, and you know, the hotel I'm staying at has this big card on it that says, we believe in sustainable development. Have you got a clue that it's not about, I mean, who could be against sustainable development per se, but it's about the control agenda that's underneath sustainable development.
It means they set the agenda.
That's right. It means they control what and decide what's sustainable. And when you decide, when you find out and wake up someday what that decision means, no gasoline, no electricity at reasonable prices, then you're not going to like sustainable, or at least their version of sustainable development.
And they admit it's sustainable, Maury Strong and others say, is about controlling people. It's not about actually helping the environment or empowering people. It's about total control. Give us an overview now. Let's launch into it of what you're going to be covering here.
Well, as I began to say, the most important thing is for people to start to think strategically, meaning stop looking at the news alone. You've got to get alternative sources of information. You've got to understand that there's a different underlying agenda. We are not in Iraq because of democracy. We're not in Afghanistan. It's never going to have democracy. It's there for antagonism, for capture of resources, for changing the balance of power in the Middle East, a lot of things that are not good for America. What this means is eventually, when these illusions are stripped away, when this war finally rebels against the United States, in one day, America will go from day to night. And if you haven't prepared in advance, there's not enough time to prepare in 24 hours, even if you saw it that early. Now, it's important not only to not be on the last train out of town, and most people won't even be ready and won't be able to get out of town when any of these nuclear weapons fall, because there'll be absolute panic. There's going to be instant social unrest because nobody is prepared. FEMA can't even hope to handle a national crisis of this emergency any more than they could handle Katrina. Don't even think about getting on the freeways. They'll be instantly clogged. You have to have either got out of town sooner or be prepared to hunker.
But that would happen 2 or 3 months into a serious collapse depression. I mean, if you go back as I introed, and I know you're going to talk about threats later, but if 90% of people were on the farm in the Great Depression and most of them self-sufficient, and now right at 90% are in the cities, and half of the 10% that are on a farm are self-sufficient, 5% self-sufficient versus 90% or close to it. And I was reading that 7 million people died of starvation or complications from malnutrition in the decade of the Great Depression. I mean, my God, if there was a true collapse depression, wouldn't need a nuclear attack on the U.S.
It's true, but the reason they need a nuclear attack is that a depression wouldn't foment a globalist agenda. Whereas if you destroy a nation militarily and you feel threatened, then it's much easier for someone to say the solution is a globalist combination of power to counter this evil power of Russia and China.
Basically, you attack and kill the old republic, pose as the savior. America runs into the arms of the New World Order.
That's right, and that doesn't happen with an economic collapse. And besides, if you have an economic collapse before war, they get the blame. They don't want the blame.
And you're thinking strategically how the globalists operate. What you've said does fit in to the stratagem that I see them carrying out. But talking about it, if 50 million people saw this video, that might stop them.
It might. I mean, your work, for example, at Infowars.com has done a tremendous amount to influence, for example, the TSA, and they're bending over backwards to still continue to grow their agenda, but without offending as much, and they keep promising. They are afraid of the backlash that comes from knowledge, and that's part of the reason for my writing the book and part of the reason for going out on the limb talking about issues that are sensitive, like conspiracy against liberty, about nuclear war, things that nobody in the mainstream, there's only 2 or 3 of us analysts in the United States that are openly warning that there's going to be a nuclear war with Russia and China. And we have access, the government has twice as much information as we do, and they're absolutely silent. In fact, I've had intelligence people from the Defense Intelligence Agency tell me we have orders never to criticize Russia or to reveal anything we know about Russia. Now, why would you do that? You weren't trying to cover for a nation. If they're supposedly down and out and our friends and our allies, why would you need to cover?
Meanwhile, Putin's constantly bragging about the new hypersonic Tupolev that can dodge everything and rolling out new jets. And the Chinese president said prepare for war with the U.S. just 3 months ago.
Yes, the Chinese are a real problem, and they're going to be a problem for Russia someday. It is my theory that, in fact, during this war, even though China will start as an ally with Russia so that it has an excuse to capture the entire Pacific Basin from Japan all the way down to Australia. And that's why Australia and New Zealand are not good retreat places, because they will be occupied by China in the next war. Nevertheless, they'll not necessarily treat everyone harshly because they know that they're going to switch sides during the war, attack Russia's rear, play like they're allies of the West in order to get more aid and trade, and then after the war's over, they'll become the new Cold War enemy. That's my theory. And so I think we're talking about 3 predator centers of power: Anglo-American establishment, Russia, and China. And they're not controlled by one another. They're independent predator centers. They're all each trying to develop their version of a new world order controlled by them. But they will make temporary alliances and induce one or the other to attack. That's what we're seeing.
Well, exactly. They take whatever the most abusive form of social engineering is from the others and cobble them together. And the Chinese communists are always saying, it'll be our new world order. And the Russians go, no, ours. And then the Anglo-American European system, it'll be ours. And it's just a rush towards evil.
Now, going back to strategic relocation, the major threat that we're going to face, and this is I take a great deal of time in the book talking about threats, because part of thinking strategically is understanding what the realistic threats are. And I'm not just talking about tornadoes and earthquakes or tidal waves. I'm talking about the longer-term threats that come mostly from what you correctly surmised is the movement of people into population centers, the urbanization of America, which, of course, the environmentalists want everybody urban. But it's totally short-sighted, because if everybody's urban, no one can be self-sufficient if you're urban. You can't grow enough food. You can't get your own water.
But it's short-sighted if they really meant well. They admit in Agenda 21 that the plan is to have us in controlled areas, and that's why they're attacking the Amish and everybody. They don't want real sustainability.
Yeah, I think that's right. They actually want people dependent on government. It makes them very much under their fist, and that's where we're all headed by being lured into high-rise, urban, eco-friendly, pollution-free cities. Well, it's not going to work out that way. The greatest pollution of all will be a stinking city that's cut off from food and water and starts to rot, and rot very rapidly. Now, you don't want to be part of a major metropolitan area when that happens. And so this is the crux of what I teach people in strategic relocation. How, because people mostly have to stay within population centers to earn a living, but how to prepare contingency planning so that you can get out into retreat areas and have the information, the forewarning signs to know how to do that. And that's really the only way to survive. Most people cannot get rural right now. They can't make a living. It's just impossible. So this is a solution for everyone. But let's talk about this major threat. The number one that I concentrate on is not terrorism. It's not natural disaster. It's not even government or war. The major threat is population density, because every crisis that threatens, even a local crisis, can turn exponential because of close proximity to other people who cannot help themselves. Even good people panic in a crisis. You don't have to be evil. It doesn't have to be just a Watts. When you have no food after 3 days, all of the store shelves are empty. If there's no water, it's exacerbated. If there's no electricity, there's going to be no gasoline. People are limited. You won't even be able to walk out of town because of the danger of threat from people interacting with other people. So population density is the major threat. And if you have that slide, I'd like to talk about this density. It's very interesting that you see this satellite map. This is derived from nighttime lights and then converted to black and white. But if you can see the detail here, this entire half of the United States has 3 to 4 times the population density of this area here. It's dramatic when you see all of the shading. You know, you drive through the Midwest and the farms and you see little farms here and there, but every one of these pixels and things are thousands of people. Now, this is the most populous and most dense area in the entire United States, and these 3 areas on the West Coast around Seattle, Los Angeles, and San Diego are also heavily, or San Francisco and Los Angeles are heavily populated. In a crisis, any crisis and where infrastructure is cut off, these people are going to start to migrate outward. There is nothing there. There's no job to keep them. Suddenly, everybody wants to be relocated strategically. And there's a lot of people thinking about it. That's why the prepper movement is so big. A lot of people can't do anything about it. I would say, I think there's a ratio of about 10 to 1. People thinking about preparedness versus those that are actually preparing. So preparedness has increased maybe 10-fold in the past 2 years. That means there's 200-fold people who are thinking about it but aren't going to be prepared. But nevertheless, when these things start to fall out, they're going to be fleeing as fast as they can with everyone else. And so it's important to track how those people are going to leave those major cities when you make decisions about leaving, especially if you decide that you're going to move out into the periphery of these areas. You've got to be very careful to make sure that those outflows of refugees
well, that's
aren't
grapes
coming down
of
your road.
wrath. I mean, during the Great Depression, you know, my grandparents, people talked about just people walking down the roads and begging, can I chop some wood for some food? They're like, we already have people chop wood, but here's a little food. But by the end of the Depression, they'd almost hunted out all the squirrels, all the deer. And my family were landowners and upper middle class, and they almost lost everything in the Great Depression. And that was just a depression that the elite engineered to consolidate power. I mean, my gosh, under Agenda 21 and all this, once the public figures out they need to get out of Dodge, it's too late.
We also have the example of World War II. World War II in Germany, we have the example of the Russians coming in, and every German city was being emptied out to get away from the Russians. They did not want to be occupied. Literally, entire cities were emptying out, taking to the roads. And so we know how far they go afar afield of the roads trying to get food and water and hitting the farmhouses. And basically, it was within about 5 to 7 miles apart from every road where those farms would all be looted. And so you have to take those kinds of things into consideration when you're considering, yes, going rural, what may look rural. That's what I call strategic thinking. Can't just think about how nice and idyllic it is in rural Boston, out in the suburbs. You've got to look, how far am I away from a major county road that goes out there and that's going to be streaming with refugees. There's going to be famine. They're going to be out of water, out of gas. They're going to start spanning out within walking distance. And that, for most people that are tired and hungry and modern-day people, is about 5 miles. You've got to be beyond that so that people don't get to...
So bottom line, I could have a place out in the edge of Austin that's, you know, a decent house, but I've thought about somewhere really far out in the middle of nowhere in, you know, the ugliest place possible, but where it has water and solar and buried food and guns, a shack.
That's right. I believe in the concept of multiple eggs in various baskets rather than everything into one concentrated whole that could be compromised. So I think it is important, depending on your resources, to think that way. Now, even when you don't have the resources to develop your own retreat, people can, for example, double up with relatives, friends, and other people that they know that may live in rural areas, contribute a little bit of money so they can buy food and water supplies, put in equipment like solar and generators. These are things that you can do.
That's what I've done. We've got a ranch, family property that goes back to Mexican land grants in 1830, but I've helped build a metal building, helped put in systems, helped pay for wells. And I probably wouldn't even go there during the collapse, but I really know this is a serious threat. And it's not like some insurance I buy and then if I die in a car wreck, my wife gets it. This is insurance that I may end up having to use. In fact, there's a good chance. So I would be insane not to be gearing up.
One of the things that people don't realize about preparedness is that supplies are relatively available. A lot of technology, a lot of new stuff coming on the market. But I've been in this business for 40 years, and I'll tell you, it's a real roller coaster for suppliers of preparedness equipment. It's either feast or famine. Right now it's feast, and supplies are tight because there's so much demand for them. But it's amazing how quickly people forget when prosperity appears to come back. If there's another inflationary upsurge and where people think good times are here and the housing is recovering, watch out. You'll start seeing they forget. People have incredibly short-term vision, Alex. They can't see or maintain a threat very long. If it doesn't happen in a year, they'll forget about it. That's the danger of all of the bogus prophecies about the collapse coming in 2012 with the Mayan calendar things. I can guarantee people it's not going to collapse in 2012.
Well, that's right, but we'll end up getting blamed for 2012. I already have media calling me, national publications saying, so you think things are going to collapse? And I go, I've been on record saying that Mayan prophecy, as I've actually gone down there and researched it, even if people believe that religion, they say it just means the start of a new age or whatever. It's totally manufactured since the 60s and 70s by globalist gurus for people that are non-religious, basically, but superstitious, to believe it's the end of the world, so why should they get involved? It's just a way to stand down, kind of like the rapture stuff's been used and sold by the globalists, whether you believe in it or not, to make Christians stand down and not be involved, or Planet X, or a comet. It's always something's going to destroy us, so we never get ready for the real threat, the nuclear weapons, the fractional reserve banking, the trillion 1,000 trillion plus derivatives. All of that is what could really destroy us. Biological weapons, super weapons, all of those things when added together, that's the real threat. And I see the elite digging in, not for the end of the world, but for major civilization collapse and stockpiling to reemerge in the Rand Corporation plan to basically then dominate. Have an attack on themselves by opening it up to a foreign enemy. That way it can be blamed on them, then mobilize the people under a new global fascist system.
That's right. One of the things that people have to understand, that you've got to be prepared in advance before these things happen. You have to see a long-term vision of these types of threats. You have to have good information. You've got to subscribe to your news broadcast. I put out a newsletter, the World Affairs Brief, which every week I analyze this. It's going to serve as a very good early warning, because I'm watching this every day about how the Russians and Chinese are prepared. And, you know, as Gary North used to say at Y2K, don't be on the last train out. Just too late. That train can get stopped. We know from Katrina, for example, a couple of lessons. Don't get on the freeways once, because they'll be trapped. You get on a freeway, it's like in an elevated moat. It's got barriers on either side. If your car goes out, if you're stuck in traffic, there's no way to go except abandon your vehicle and get off on foot. But one other thing you learn in Katrina is you don't go into the arms of the federal government. Don't go into a FEMA camp, because a FEMA refugee center becomes a concentration camp. You can't get out. They didn't let people out of the Superdome, even when it became horrible conditions. And people said, I'm better off on the outside. Could not get out.
They wouldn't let them walk out on the highways.
That's right.
And they used that as a laboratory test. We saw the police start stealing, just total bedlam. I mean, looking at Katrina, it just proves the government can't and won't protect you.
That's right. That's right. Now, there's also an agenda about cultural conflict brewing here. And that's one of the reasons why, no matter how much they talk about amnesty and how that's going to guarantee the problem, it doesn't. They know, in fact, it's a magnet. They won't close the borders. They never will seal the border. They want the cultural conflict that Europe is experiencing that comes. It's not only crime. It is the fact that you water down American cultural values, conservative political values, make sure that you can never win another election. So there's that agenda. And I have in Strategic Relocation several maps that talk about minority concentrations. And I don't do this because I view minorities necessarily as inferior, but because for certain cultural inflows, you have generalities you can make about the levels of crime that come from those cultural inflows and what it impacts American society. We know that there are radical people funded by globalist elements like La Raza and other organizations that want to foment social unrest and racial tension within it.
So that's just a basic divide and conquer strategy. Just like you said, you don't want to run to some other country just because you can't really communicate. And again, it's part of that divide and conquer.
That's right. But it is important to realize that certain areas of the country are predominated with minorities that will become culturally conflicting with your values at some point. So that's one of the dangers.
Because the media is going to be programming. It's just like Trayvon Martin, where it turns out the Justice Department had people inside there, that's now come out, trying to get a fight going, and they were editing the tapes together to make Zimmerman sound like he was saying bad things about black people. I mean, just incredible that the system was trying to cause some type of racial conflict.
That's right, and there is that's going to happen. For example, the KKK is almost completely now staffed with agent provocateurs. They have northern accents. They're not Southerners at all anymore. If you see any of these television personalities representing the KKK, it's very clear this is not a Southerner. And you have these racial activists within the Latino community, too, that get these people out on the streets. This is not going to bode well for America, even though the person who's fluent in Spanish, I have many, many Latin American friends. I've lived in South America. I feel very comfortable with these people. I recognize, and the good Latinos recognize the coyotes, the people who are the predators, the drug dealers, the people who are giving them a bad name. And they're here in the United States and they're protected. One of my subscribers to my World Affairs Brief told me of an incident in Libby, Montana, whereby he got a Homeland Security brought in, I guess it was the police that captured a Latino drug dealer on the Indian reservation pushing. And he needed rehab and other things, and so he finally sent him on and back to with a prescription to get into rehab, et cetera. He called up later one of his friends in Homeland Security about what happened to this guy, and he said, "Oh, we released him." Now, he was on criminal drug charges, pushing and other things, had medical problems. They released him, and he questioned them why, and he said, "We have orders to release them." So they're putting him back into society.
Well, sure, that's like releasing the violent offenders, keeping nonviolent in to basically work for 25 cents an hour, displacing jobs outside. I mean, look at the big banks. Wachovia and Wells Fargo got caught laundering $378 billion in drug money over 2 years, and they got $100 and something million fine for that. So, I mean, there it is. It's just total. How does the drug trade tie to the whole globalist system?
Well, there are many aspects of the drug trade, and the reason why the United States government or the dark side of the government is involved in the drug trade. One of those is to corrupt American morals. I think there's a Gramsci theory that explains why you're going to conquer a nation. If you're going to diminish the morality of a nation, you want to corrupt it through drugs. It's also a way that the dark side of government used to finance their black operations. CIA used to bring a lot of drugs in through Vietnam, whether it's body bags they were harvesting out of the Iron Triangle. In fact, former Assistant Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage used to run that for the CIA, that whole drug operation. And so this went to the very, very highest levels. We're now in Afghanistan harvesting a lot of the poppy crops, import, a lot of that's going to Europe. Plays into the global thing in three ways. One, corrupting American people. Two, financing black operations. And three, payoffs. They're able to control a great deal of the underworld. In Afghanistan, most of the payoffs come from drug money to all of the, when they buy off the Taliban, when they buy off the Iraqi opposition, for example, to make the war look like a success, they're using in-house drug money to do that, that's harvested out of Afghanistan.
Now, don't they mainly use Wall Street fronts where they just pump money and insider knowledge into companies to then use profit from the companies to fund black ops?
They do that too. They do that too. But then again, a lot of it now is just printed money. You know, they've got to the point now where the money supply is so big they can print a few $1 trillion here and there. In fact, the CIA has a full set of U.S. currency printing plates. They've given a set to Moscow. They've given a set to several other governments. They're supposed to use it judiciously. But, you know, we send suitcases with air couriers when we go into a country to bribe officials, suitcases of $100 bills. Well,
it's actually pallets now.
Pallets, I'm sorry, you're right. It's pallets. And that's why, you know, that exit from Iraq going out to Kuwait, you know, was just people with satchels full of money that they discovered. Those are the payoff money, and they're getting it out of the country in order to, you know, make themselves oligarchs of their own variety out there in the West. Just like the oligarchs in Russia. The former communist leaders got the central bank to give them the loans to buy up the oil companies, to buy up the electric companies. The oligarchs became wealthy, moved offshore, and they still are the communists, and they're still running Putin and others. Putin met with Boris Berezovsky 5 times in his Spanish villa the year he ascended to the presidency, and then pretends that he's the enemy of Boris Berezovsky and that Berezovsky's trying to overthrow Putin. I mean, this is just political theater.
And then it turns out that the Rothschilds sued the Daily Mail, saying we're not puppet masters secretly running those oligarchs who then run the sub-puppets. So it's puppet masters on top of puppet masters on top of puppet masters, and they lost the suit, and the judge said, wow, you really do run these people. I mean, that just happened a few months ago, where it turns out that the oligarchs are still in control of Russia, and the Rothschilds are sitting above them.
But, as I will assert, the Rothschilds don't control them. They feed money to them, they try to assist them, they try to cover for them, but they are co-predators, maneuvering like this and playing like they're helping. But
sure, they're always flipping allegiances.
But believe me, the oligarchs are intending to strike the West, and a lot of people who think, because they believe that if the Anglo-American establishment controls the Russians, that they'll never strike. But I'll guarantee you they will strike, because they're only assisting in controlling it in an arm's length relationship.
Well, that's like China, where our criminal government will pay billions of dollars to move General Motors, Cadillac, and Volt to China, But then the Chinese president says prepare for war with the United States.
Because they don't actually control the Chinese. They're trying to maneuver inside.
Why did China agree to the one-child policy in exchange for aid? I mean, I guess culturally, the Chinese believe they've got too many people. Other leaders have said.
Well, every globalist predator center believes in controlling population. Only Russia needs population. Everyone else is trying to destroy population, China including. They've got an agenda to eliminate probably at least 3/4 of the world population.
Well, I was about to say, from my research, eugenics is what binds the communist Chinese predators and the Anglo-American predators together. And from my research, everything is a eugenics-based obsession, both with the elite are looking for life extension and other things, but also it just codifies scientifically their innate hatred of fellow humans.
Well, one thing that people listening to this presentation may get out of it, and I know a lot of people get discouraged and say, what hope is there if these predators are so powerful and we're going to have a world war and we're all going to be destroyed? Let me make it very carefully clear that everything won't be destroyed in a nuclear war. I had someone write me after our interview that we had just a few days ago and saying, well, gee, the Earth is going to be contaminated for 40 years after a nuclear strike, and so what use is there to? I said, that isn't true at all. You're confusing a meltdown of a nuclear power plant, which has all these heavy isotopes that do stay and have a half-life that lasts even 100 years.
They could be thousands of times more dirty than a hydrogen bomb going off.
But a hydrogen bomb is relatively clean. It's just gamma rays almost exclusively, and they're dissipated within 3 days, 2 weeks at the max. Now, if there's more than one explosion over time, you might be in a shelter a maximum of a month. You can survive. The Russians intend to survive. The Chinese intend to survive. It's a matter of preparing. And a lot of people, have this apathetic, fatalistic attitude that I'm not going to prepare, I'd rather die. The problem is you don't die. You get sick, you wish you were dead, but you don't die. You continue to survive, just like Hiroshima. Believe me, with a nuclear attack right over a city, the people that weren't in the actual blast zone, 80% survived. It wasn't pretty. They went through hell. They survived.
But wasn't that atomic weapon, of a more primitive design and so put off more dirty?
Even then, they survived, even though it was dirtier. The hydrogen bombs are much, much cleaner now. What I'm saying, it's imminently survivable. All you need is some protection overhead.
What about neutron weapons?
Well, neutron weapons are pure gamma rays, all right? And they're very intense. They're meant to radiate and kill. You get over 300 rads, and it starts to become fatal. And normally a neutron bomb puts out 1,000 rads per hour for enough to kill everybody within probably a 5-mile circle radius. So they're very dangerous. They will use some of those in a nuclear war, but it's the long-term residual fallout. There aren't enough rockets and warheads to cover everything and everything.
Sure. I brought up neutron because it is perfect to keep the infrastructure but only kill the humans. And they claim that they decided not to build those in the late 70s, but from what I've been researching, that it's actually been built.
The reason that doesn't work as the national strategy, though, is that you just need too many of them. You'd calculate 5-mile circle radiuses all over the United States to how many thousands, tens of thousands of weapons. They just don't have them. So you can't overcome a nation with just neutron and leave the structure. You've got to decapitate the military so a nation wants to give up and not fight. That's what the Russians and Chinese are betting on. Decapitate the United States and everybody's going to give up and say, whoa, we can't defend ourselves without the U.S. military.
Joel, what's the time frame after the United States is attacked? I mean, how far out do you see this happening, and how fast until the globalists reemerge and try to create this counter New World Order to Russia?
That's a very good question. The timing is dependent on Russia and China being ready, confident enough to do the strike, confident enough of finding out enough about our weapon systems or stealing enough technology that they feel they can compete. I estimate that that's at least till 2020 and beyond, not before then. In other words, I think we have time. For example, China needs a blue water navy to control all of the area that they're going to do on the eastern Pacific Rim. They are intending to wipe out America's Navy with nuclear weapons, which are very easy to do to carrier task forces. Then they plan to move theirs out and replace ours. A lot of people complain about my theory saying, well, theirs are just as vulnerable as ours. Not if the U.S. has been decapitated. Then it's a non-nuclear situation, and you're back to maritime strength. That's what the Chinese did. They're at least 10 years out on getting a full blue water Navy. Their 4 aircraft carriers won't be completed in 2021 to 23. Now, I'm not saying that I can guarantee that the strike won't come before then. People ought to be prepared well in advance of that. But Russia and China, Russia is going to be ready much sooner then, but they are really up on nuclear missiles. They have hundreds more nuclear missiles of the newest Topol M variety that they have deployed in underground bases like Yamato Mountain, which is a complete underground factory system.
Well, that's my next point, and then I want to get deeper into your overall analysis and actual regions and show some examples of some of the death traps that are out there like New Jersey, New York, Southern California. The main reason that I think your research has a lot of credibility is because it's one of the only theories that fits into what I see. The Chinese, it's in the news, are going crazy building underground bases. Never in the Cold War do they do this at this speed. The Russians, giant bases underground everywhere. It even comes out in the press that they're just dumping massive amounts of money into this. The Swiss, who've got 2-year supplies for their whole population, are expanding programs. All over Europe, the elites are publicly moving to islands and preparing and building bunkers. You know, you're in that business. You say you've never seen it expand like this. And governments are digging in. And COG is expanding and stockpiling. They are racing. And people say, well, that's because 2012. Oh, or that's because of the comment. And all this made-up crud. And then you've got the seed vaults and at the North Pole and other places. And you've got DNA arcs and all of this, and the Rockefeller Foundation heavily involved in this. They don't just build infrastructure and do things for no reason. So why are they engaged in something much bigger per nation in these power blocks than the Manhattan Project? I mean, obviously they're getting ready for something big. And I mean, is it a race-specific bioweapons? Is it a nuclear war? All I know is they're gearing up for something big.
Well, I can tell you that race-specific bioweapons are very chancy still. Anytime you use biological weapons, they're really afraid this is not going to be able to control or be as discriminating. I mean, they're very nervous about this.
They can mutate.
Well. They can mutate. It could be devastating. They prefer nuclear because this is very controllable. They know exactly what nuclear fallout will go, what it's doing, and how to protect against it. It's relatively easy to protect against. That's what they're doing. Now, as to them preparing at a feverish pace and having been doing so soon, it's because their timetable as to when this war was supposed to be about now. In other words, they were planning on inducing Russia and China to strike as early as now, and it just hasn't worked. It keeps prolonging. They were doing major disarmament in the 1990s, PDD-60, where President Clinton came out in 1997, told the nuclear establishment in the United States to prepare to absorb a nuclear first strike and not launch on warning. Meaning, you may think you got the launch procedure and all, but you're not going to get permission to launch. That's, you know, even our military today say, no, we've got the procedure for launching on warning and for retaliating. I said, yeah, but you can't do that without permission. You're not going to get permission.
Well, that's right. Don't they have to give them the authentication code to then let them? So they don't really have it.
They don't really have it until the White House releases the...
And when did they change that? Because at one time they did, right?
That's right. And they changed that, so they've withdrawn all...
Wasn't that under Clinton?
Yes, it was.
That was a big furor when he took the launch codes off the subs.
That's right.
They had movies about how the sub commanders are bad in Hollywood just to even sell that.
What we're going to do in preparing for that war is important. It is survivable. People need to prepare, but they have to get outside blast zones.
Again, you're watching Strategic Relocation, the film presentation based on the book Strategic Relocation by Joel Skousen. We're going to go back to this presentation here in just a moment. I just wanted to encourage PrisonPlanet.tv viewers, subscribers who've made so much of this possible to be sure and also download a copy of this presentation and give that to your friends and family, or even better, get the high quality DVD with the expanded extras that we're not able to show you here tonight. I don't like how I said that. Or get the DVD, which has the expanded extras that deal with securing your home and that dovetails with the book, The Secure Home, written by Joel Skousen. Also, we intend, as a public service, to post this to YouTube at the Alex Jones channel, and I'm sure Change the Channel and others will want to post it as well. And so I hope those of you out there watching this on YouTube will support the author, Joel Skousen, by buying his books at InfoWarsStore.com, but more importantly, support yourself in having these Bibles of preparedness that any home is incomplete without. But regardless of what you do, take this YouTube video or other video system that you're watching it on and send the link to friends and family, because the globalists do not want us prepared. Because if we are prepared, they're not going to be able to domesticate us and fully take over. Agenda 21 is about driving us all into the compact cities. We've all seen the UN maps that Congress was shown back in the mid-90s. And now we see those maps being implemented where half the country is completely off limits. Another 40% or so is very restricted, and less than 10% is, quote, free use. This is global world government zoning. They just had the Hurricane Sandy. And I saw on local Fox News, the environmentalists said you shouldn't be able to rebuild because buildings are bad on the beach. Well, it's about insiders only being allowed to build. So that's what this is all about, ladies and gentlemen. They want you under their control. And sure, even if you can't move to the safest zones in the U.S., there's a lot of options broken down here in this film and in the books. You can move to safer areas per capita outside your city. I commute in about 20 miles every morning. I live about 18 miles outside Austin, and then a couple miles into Austin is my office in South Austin. And that's not the perfect place, but Joel Skousen, in his book says the Hill Country is one of the safer areas, or the safest area per capita in Texas. But still, it's not perfect. But before I'd even read his book, I'd done my own research and decided that that was the safest area. And that's where a lot of the elite were moving as well. And sure enough, in my own research, dovetailed with his. But here's what's amazing. He knows areas all over the country because, again, he's built homes all over the country. Joel, you also in your book get into ethnicity maps. And let's face it, the globalists look at those and use the media to play groups off against each other. Take Trayvon Martin just recently. They edited audio together, the 911 call, NBC did, to make it sound like he was racist against black people. They sent Justice Department people in to the new Black Panther Party, it turned out, to call for race war. So during an emergency or in a collapse, they're definitely going to try to play people off against each other. And you break down maps of this in your book. Tell us about it.
I do cover the cultural conflict issue as well as racial and ethnicity. And I show maps that show where high-density minority populations are. And I do this not because I'm racist, because I have many friends in both camps, but because those camps themselves realize that they're being manipulated by the media, by globalists. It's a very popular thing to play on race. It's not so much that they will use it, in my opinion, during a crisis as much as they will use it to foment crises. And they have for many, many years used the illegal alien. Whenever you get a strong movement in conservatives against giving amnesty, they hit the streets. Somebody's pushing those people out on the streets. ICE goes and does a raid on, and then they show all these kinds of pictures about the poor family members that are getting deported and little children are being left behind. This is meant, of course, to change law, to diminish one's ability to close the borders and have a, but ultimately, I think it's wise to stay away from large interculturally mixed communities, which can be used in a crisis to turn against you or to play one race against another.
Well, that's like the gangs of New York. It was all white people, if you go back 150, 200 years ago in New York, but the big city crime syndicate was always playing different groups, Irish off against English, Polish people off against Germans. I mean, that's what the British great game is divide and conquer. I mean, it's just that simple. And I notice on your map, though, population density, is also where you have those big conflagrations of different racial groups. So it's pretty simple reading your book, and I can tell there's deep research because I've done research on specific areas, and wow, this is accurate. I mean, just amazing. But as you've told me off air, it's decades of research you're already doing, just basically concentrated down into one book.
Yes, and it's important that people get ready to exit the high-density areas. That's where all the crime is. That's where all the regulation is. That's where all of the high-density urban planning is. That's where the racial tension is. People just have to plan on getting out of high-density areas. Now, for the people that can't, of course, there's the strategy of living near the periphery of those things so that you're at the least density ring. You can commute into it, get out of it. We'll talk a little bit more about that, about strategy. Let's talk now about picking a safe country before we get to the analysis of North America. I get a lot of calls, Alex, about people wanting to leave the country. The basic philosophy, their line of reasoning is, this is where the globalist leaders are, this is where the bad guys are, they intend to do many bad things to us, they're getting ready to lock people up, they're building concentration camps, I got to get out of the country. And so let's talk about a little about international retreating and what are the various options and opinions and problems. One of the problems is that all of the international websites about retreating to foreign countries are run by expatriates. Expatriates are people with money who have left the country, living the high life in Costa Rica or Australia, New Zealand. And it's a very deceptive point of view because things aren't going to be like that in a crisis. You have to look strategically, think strategically about what's going to happen to these nations when a real crisis, and are they going to be reacting the same to Americans in their presence as now? So let's look at this map and talk about some of the regions of the world. This is a world population density map, and you notice how high the population density is here in the Far East, in the southern belt in India, China, Indonesia, all of these countries. Extreme high population densities. This is not where you want to be. It's a very bad place. Europe is also a crown jewel of beauty in the nation, but it's extremely high density. I had a call from Czechoslovakia asking for advice about how do I implement strategic relocation, or have you done advice about Europe? And I said, no, it's really a lost cause. Too high density of population to survive there well in a crisis. You can also see in the Americas how you have the high population density in the east. Mexico is very, very high density. So is Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Panama. This is the band here from Venezuela to Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador. The bright spot in these nations is Chile and Uruguay. Now, Uruguay looks like it has a higher population density, but in fact, most of that is averaged out. It's only along the coast. Very low population density here. These two countries are fairly free market and amenable to people. These nations, Costa Rica especially, has a great deal of affinity towards American expatriates there, but prices are rising because there are so many Americans there. What people don't realize is that in Latin America, almost all of the educated intelligentsia, bureaucrats in government are Marxists, and they hate Americans, especially after George Bush. So it's very difficult to count on these areas accepting Americans, not taking advantage of Americans. Argentina, Mexico, and a couple of other countries, Brazil and others, have confiscated American bank accounts historically in the past. Now let's take a look at the map of economic freedom in the world. It's very telling about power economically and governmental vis-a-vis liberty. This is a very, very telling map because even though population density showed that these are not heavily populated, and they're not very livable like in the jungles of Brazil, look at the economic freedom. These are terrible countries. Actually, China is only temporarily allowing some economic freedom, but it should be darker than this. I didn't create all of this or make the ratings. But look at Mexico, very, very highly regulatory. Costa Rica is a little bit better. Panama is a little better. Venezuela is very bad. Colombia is bad. Peru is bad, or Ecuador is bad. Peru, less bad. And Chile is almost white. Chile's the best nation of Latin America if you're going to migrate. Uruguay is next, small country, not as corrupt as Argentina. In fact, they play off the fact that Argentina is very restrictive about many things, including controlling wealth, and so they get the overflow of people leaving Argentina. Most of the high-density population international crowd lives on the coast. Prices are very expensive. They're in dollars. But here in the interior of the country, I've lived there for a couple of years. That's a real gem. Cheap property, wonderful people, a totally different country than the high-priced coast. There's nothing in Africa that I recommend. This is an anomaly in terms of economic freedom. It's actually just anarchy, and I don't consider that a very good bet for economic freedom. Europe, as you can see, has some economic freedom. This matches my highest recommendation in Europe is Spain in terms of a livable country. A lot of expat communities, Brits especially, that have located down on the Mediterranean side of Spain. But Spain has a good, friendly people, wide-ranging agriculture, and if you'll notice, like in the movie The Great Escape, when everyone wanted to leave Europe in a problem, they went through Spain. So Spain's my top pick in Europe. Australia has a fair amount of economic freedom, but once again, the problem with Australia and New Zealand, twofold: very difficult to get in and get residency, make you pay a lot of money. The Australians have sold out to the Chinese interests. Almost all of their national resources have been bought or have contracted to China.
I was reading, National Geographic was bragging that 98% or something of all their mines and rare earth minerals are Chinese-run, as if that was a good thing to have Australia now a satellite economically of the Chicoms.
But I can guarantee you that China will occupy Australia during the next war to make sure that they secure those things. And so if you want to live under Chinese occupation, it may be very similar to Japanese occupation. The Orientals are pretty ruthless, have very little regard for human life as a philosophy. Historically speaking, they have been the worst abusers of human rights in general against whole populations during wartime. So it doesn't speak well of retreating to these two countries. I think they'll also take New Zealand just because it's too close to Australia. Canada is my second best bet after the United States. The reason I'm still bullish on the United States as a retreat international location is because it's got the highest per capita density of liberty-oriented, freedom-educated people in the entire world. The problem in living in Latin America is that they're friendly to Americans now generally, but if ever the government clamps down on the globalists who control this country and Canada, put out the word to control American expats or send them home, you're going to find that those countries will comply. They are yes men to the globalist establishment. Canada, only advantage toward the United States is millions of square miles of wide open spaces to the north, though the climate is more hostile. The only acceptable strategy I find is living in border areas where you can go back and forth depending on what you need. That's fairly easy to do in between Canada and the United States. I exclude the eastern portion of Canada because all of the cities, about 90% of Canadians live within 50 miles of the American border, and thus they become extensions of the American cities.
How does Alaska tie in, or Hawaii? Obviously, Hawaii is not a place to be.
Hawaii, I give a 0 rating, the lowest rating possible because it is an island, because it's far away from the mainland, and I believe it's possible if there is occupation in the United States during war, it's going to be Hawaii that gets occupied. It's a strategic outpost for military adventurism, and the Chinese would be foolish not to take it. So it's a possibility that China could occupy Hawaii. But in any case, even if it gets cut off, I've lived in Hawaii. I know that it depends on shipping every week to bring in food, gasoline. You're going to be out of those things. Even though Kauai is my choice of an island if you have to live in Hawaii because it can be self-sufficient. Oahu is not self-sufficient agriculturally. The Big Island is self-sufficient. And so Kauai or Hawaii are the best places to be. But I'm afraid, as in any island, that it could be surrounded and occupied and you just simply can't get off the island if you need to. Now, Alaska is a very interesting case. I downgrade Alaska even though you could be self-sufficient there in the southern panhandle up through Anchorage, but it's still a very hostile environment. It's like an island. Everything has to be shipped into Alaska, and it's very, very difficult to leave if it should become untenable to live there. This is not easy to get down through the Alcan Highway.
So it doesn't have lines of retreat?
It doesn't have lines of retreat. So the only place I recommend, or the only way I recommend for Alaskans, is those that are very, very skilled survivalists who can live in the boondocks throughout the winter, apart from society. If you're capable of doing that, then
Let me throw some wild cards at you. What about Iceland? What about Greenland? What about islands that are out in the middle of nowhere, just as bad as Hawaii?
Actually, Greenland is worse. There's only a few pockets of civilization on Greenland that survive even in the best of times. And they, once again, depend on absolute shipping for everything. They don't grow anything there. Iceland depends on everything being shipped in as well. Iceland has recovered from its globalist banking nightmare simply by stiffing the globalists. But if you look 10 years from now, you'll find that they'll be penalized and cut off. They, by reneging on their debt, have got a fairly self-sufficient economy right now. But because it is a socialist economy, they'll be back in the piggy bank, negative piggy bank state probably within a decade. So I don't recommend Iceland as well. It's just, everything is extremely socialistic in Europe, and they're starting to have a backlash right now against the globalists like Sarkozy in France. He's going to lose this next election.
So to be clear, from my analysis, the only people that would want to flee the United States is if you're a big fish politically like myself, yourself, Ron Paul or somebody. If it's going to full Soviet-style globalist roundup, taking us to a camp, if we could foresee that happening, we would try to get out of the country or maybe go to a rural retreat, but they might come after us there. But for everybody else, if you really look at it, the United States has the most people that are awake. It's where the fortunes of the planet will rise or fall. And my instinct, my gut, my discernment is stay in the United States and fight it out here. And by fight it out, I mean occupy the land. Be here, educate people, and dig in and hope for the best, but also prepare for the worst.
I really agree with that analysis, Alex. If you're going to live, high-profile people, I speak multiple languages. I've done that on purpose so that I can go to other countries. One of the reasons why I prefer Uruguay is because there's a lot of Europeans there. I can blend in there. I can't blend in Peru or Colombia. Just don't blend in very well when you're pure Caucasian. But it's very important to get native language speed if you're going to try to blend into those countries, because someday, there will be a roundup of Americans. There will be confiscation of properties. There's a lot of Americans here in little enclaves in Mexico.
Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, and I think that's a dead place for Americans. I'll tell you, the crime is very, very bad. The corruption, you can't depend on any kind of safety there. Staying in the American enclaves, they'll eventually be raided. And
so you think the Baja is a death trap?
Yeah, I think it's a death trap. So don't judge these countries because you have American enclaves that are living the high life right now. I can guarantee you that will not survive.
Well, they're going to be ripe for the picking.
Yeah, ripe for the picking. And when Mexicans are out of things, and if the druggies don't get you, the criminal elements within...
Well, in Mexico, they're already killing all the middle-class people and are kidnapping them right now.
And that will get only worse. Kidnapping was the bane of Central America. El Salvador, Guatemala went through a lot of kidnapping. I was down there in the 80s when that was occurring, stayed at a house with bloodstains still on the wall from the owner being kidnapped, paid the ransom, he was killed anyway. Believe me, this is kidnapping haven, and it will happen once again. It has only just begun.
And just to be clear, your knowledge in these subjects is amazing, because I do deep research. I'm obsessed with knowledge. And, I mean, so much of what I read in the book that I have firsthand knowledge of is very accurate. Like you rate in Texas, the hill country, which I chose outside Austin, is not perfect. But if you're looking at Texas, that's one of the better places.
That's right. And we'll cover that. We're going to talk about Texas and give you some examples of specific states. We have the map on the corruption index on internationally. So here's the map on the corruption index internationally. What I want to point out to you in Strategic Relocation, there's lots of maps like this in the book. This is almost identical to the economic freedom map. In other words, there's a high correlation between economic freedom, of which you see very little of. The dark areas are the unfree areas. And you'll notice here that the Sudan is not, has a high level of corruption, and that's why it was an anomaly to be economic freedom. It's the corruption and the anarchy there. But that's about the only analogy.
It's like Los Eisley Spaceport in Star Wars.
That's exactly right. That's a very good analysis. Okay, from now on, let's move into analysis of the factors that we discussed. Let me discuss something about the organization of the book. After we cover section 1, which is about how to find a safe nation, then we go into an analysis of North America, which is my preferred area for North Americans, because they blend in. Even though we're going to have a great deal of tyranny here, our chances of being able to blend in, disappear, go underground are higher, being that we have a great, many millions of people that can help support us in that. So what I do is I go through the various threats that you face, and we talk about climate. These are preferences of what you want to live in terms of wind, if you want wind power, how to look for those things. There are maps in this book that cover every one of these details. We talk about the economy. We talk about crime. There are crime statistics. We have ratings of every city in every state on crime, and we talk about the different types of crime that there are. We talk about natural disasters. Let me show the map on tornadoes and hurricanes to give you an example of graphics that we have demonstrating a natural disaster. Now, I'm going to demonstrate two of the graphics that we have showing the natural disaster threats. The first one is earthquake hazards. You can see that there's major earthquake hazard on the west coast. In the Rocky Mountains, that's Yellowstone Park area, which has a volcanic hazard as well. This is the New Madrid Fault, and these are other minor faults coming through the southeast. Now, it's interesting that this map doesn't mean that everything is never necessarily devastated if you're in any of these high earthquake areas. What I point out in the book is you have to look at the actual ground conditions in the area that you're at. For example, in the state of Utah, where you have a high fault area that's expected to go off at some time in the future, it's on a 300-year cycle approximately. If you are in the low-lying valley next to a lake where you have a high water table, you'll get a wave action, an earthquake, which will actually flip houses in the air and be very, very destructive. If you're on a foothill coming out of the mountains, even closer to the fault line, but on sand and gravel, broad-based, the house will merely shake a little bit, but it won't take up any wave action. I give this out as an example in the book, how just because you're in an earthquake area doesn't mean you can't find safe areas to build upon. Remember, it's water table that's your danger in an earthquake. That's going to set up wave action. Let's go to the tornado map. Now, this is a graphic of the tornadoes in the United States. It's very graphic because these represent the larger the triangles, the heavier the tornado. This is the danger zone. These are where your F5 type tornadoes. We did have some F5s come through this area, which were devastating to the southeast and pour through here. I've spent a lot of time recently in North Georgia and seen the damage from these tornadoes. It is horrendous what these things can do. The good news is that there's no reason why you should ever be at risk of your life in a tornado area. Buildings, yes, although you can design tornado-proof up to a level 4, nothing's guaranteed in an F5 tornado. But with the proper safe room built into your basement structure, there's no reason why you can't survive any tornadoes. This is part of what I call the amelioration strategy or contingency strategy. You can overcome some of these threats, like earthquake, by building stronger, flexible construction and tornadoes.
And that's an example of old-timers having storable food, having firearms, just as a matter of course. They all had storm cellars, and then, oh, that's stupid to have, so people just wait and get killed now. Things really change. In the past, if there was a threat, people made a preparation for it, and it would double as a cellar for their canned goods or whatever.
I remember after our recent interview on Infowars.com that I got an email from someone in California and laughing about our interview, saying, I remember the 60s when my father talked about everyone having a fallout shelter, and he was in the military, and he said, we don't need any of that. That's never going to happen here. And I responded to him, well, just remember, you've been warned when it happens. Not my fault that you weren't prepared.
But my point is, if you live in Tornado Alley, like people in North Texas or in Kansas or Missouri or Oklahoma, and you know about the hundreds killed every year, just because you have a storm cellar doesn't mean that you think you're going to be hit. It's just it's there as a backup.
That's right. And the advantage, by the way, of building a secure home in these areas is that when you do a high-security safe room in a basement with a concrete cap over it, you can tell the building department, if you're in an area that requires building permits, that this is a storm shelter. You have that excuse. You don't have that excuse in areas where there aren't tornadoes. And so it does allow you to avoid talking about having a high-security room. And of course, when we design these, we make sure that we don't design all the details into the plans. You simply put a box in concrete, and you don't put any of the facilities in. You call it storage, or you call it a tornado shelter, and then you put in the detailed equipment, which would make it obvious what its purpose is after the building permit process is through.
I want to build a concealed fallout bunker.
I recommend that everything be concealed. As I pointed out in my World Affairs brief, Obama's executive order detailing to federal agencies the confiscation of natural resources and foodstuffs in an emergency is based upon the National Defense Production Act of 1950. And even though that commandeering power has been removed and repealed in 2009, it'll be back at some other point at an appropriate crisis. But still in the National Production Act of 1950 is the statement about hoarding. If you are caught storing food or having stored food after it's been declared a scarce resource, you're guilty of a year in jail or a penalty of $10,000 a day. So it is important, my point is, to have concealment, because someday I can guarantee you the government will come to call for your hard-earned stored materials and confiscate them unless you've got them concealed.
What about these buried capsules that I've seen, like in movies like The Road, but I know they really sell them, where it's just a hatch and it's basically like a buried gasoline drum type system like they'd have at a gas station underground. You know, you have the hole dug, then you have somebody place it, you cover it up. I mean, just for absolute emergencies. Is that one of the more inexpensive ways?
It is, in one way, more inexpensive, but it's practically, as a practical matter, something I don't recommend. And the reason is, it takes a lot of in and out of one of those holes to stockpile something. The chances of you doing that without anyone seeing you, or getting to it when you want to without somebody seeing you out in an open field, or even if it's got a few bushes around it, very difficult to do. That's why I always recommend, whether it's a concrete cellar,
a hidden facility under the house.
That's right. Under the house, under a shed, under a barn, so that you can drive into it, unload in privacy, rather than doing something out in the open. Even these self-contained bomb shelters, they call them, and I don't think most people need them because they have all these blast valves. If you need blast valves, you're in a blast zone. Move. Spend the money to move.
Yeah, you don't want an armored structure like next door to the military base that's going to be hit by all the ice.
I mean, why spend $60,000, $75,000 for an armored shelter that is buriable when you're in a blast zone? If you're in a blast zone, you move. You spend that money to relocate where you don't need the blast valve, you don't need the expensive, and then you can build a regular concrete
structure. But again, even if
structure.
people don't think that there's going to be a staged nuclear attack, the maps all overlay. The population density, all of it, the rural areas for economic collapse, everything, they're the place to be.
That's right. But one additional problem with these in-ground type shelters that don't have building over them is you have these vent stacks coming out of the ground, which can be sabotaged. And a lot of people don't understand that a vent is like a microwave conduit communication changer. You can sit there and hear everyone whispering in the smallest tone of voice inside a shelter if you can get close to one of those vents.
What about a redoubt built up in the side of a hill, trees in front of it? It can have like ports for guns, all of that.
Well, The point is, it's still vulnerable because your ventilation shafts are tamperable, unless you go to extreme concealment.
Couldn't you run them out in front of you?
Well, you would still have to have them come out into the air. That means you've got to put them into a hollow stump or something so that it's very difficult to do. It's much easier to disguise it within an existing building. So they go through the building, the vents are in the walls, they come up into the attic spaces where they can't be seen, or they come up through chimney systems so that nobody can get close to them to hear anything that's going on inside.
What's a moderate price one versus the high ends you've built?
People can build in a basement structure underneath a garage, for example, with a thickened slab, the basic structure for less than $10,000. All right. So the other threads that we talk about in the book, and remember, in this section of the book, we're taking each of the threats expansively, talking about how do you ameliorate the threat, et cetera, which states have threats. And then when we get into the state analysis, which is this next section, which is the biggest part of the book, we give you a summary rating for every one of those threats, so that you've talked about them in general and crime in general and what the various statistics. And then when you decide, all right, I'm going to consider going to Idaho, what do those threats look like? You have in this book an example of, and let's start with California.
Whatever you do, get some food, get some water, learn how to use a firearm, and most importantly, get your mind right, get your heart right with God, and meet like-minded people in your area that understand we're under a private, corporate, tyrannical world government that wants to bankrupt us and wants us in compact cities where they can forcibly inoculate us, take our children, put us in re-education camps. That Army manual 4 months ago got declassified where they call it re-education camps, even using the authoritarian term. First it was 1 billion bullets they bought this year, then 1.2, then 1.4, then 1.6 billion bullets. TSA checkpoints, it's all happening. It's all unfolding, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. The federal courts are ruling they can put cameras in your yard without telling you, without warrants, or police dogs can come break in your house without warrants. I mean, it's crazy. And so we need to get prepared, just like the French resistance did. We need to understand we're dealing with very, very dangerous people, and we may have to go underground if they stage a nuke or something and blame it on domestic groups and try to come arrest everybody. But by admitting how criminal the government is, we may be able to back them off. So we offensively try to wake everybody up and try to politically resist this, but we defensively also have a backup strategy plan. And that's what Strategic Relocation, 3rd edition, the book, and the new film, Strategic Relocation, are all about. Secure your copies at InfoWarsStore.com today. We now return to Strategic Relocation.
In California, this is an example of how we rate each one of the threats. You go through, and they're delineated here. You have the climate. You have a synopsis of the climate. You have a synopsis of the density population and how many people per square mile average in the state. You have a cost of living index, tells you how expensive it is. California is very high. You have a private land availability discussion. So we know how much of the land is private versus federal. Most of your western states have up to 50 to 70% of the land in federal hands. We have a discussion about building codes. These are things that you get in no other analysis. No other book has ever covered this kind of detail.
It's a full spectrum breakdown from every angle, no matter where you are. Let's say you got to stay there. It gives you the best areas even in that sub-region.
For example, building codes are very important because if you're in a very onerous area with a lot of building codes where they want to know everything about your building, it's very difficult to conceal the secret things that you're going to have because you've got to have some plumbing pipes down there in that secure room. You label it storage, and an intrusive building department starts to say, what's this plumbing for? If you're going to have a bathroom there, you've got to have windows in this area. If you don't have windows, it's not habitable, and we'll come in and inspect to make sure you don't habitate it. They don't have a code, a good code for fallout shelters, and you wouldn't want to declare them anyway. So building code section is very important. Some states actually have counties that don't require building codes. There are some in Texas, there are some in Idaho, there are some in New York that started all this building code in rural areas and rural counties. But I also point out in the building codes section of the book that you want to watch for states that have a uniform statewide building code. That means no matter how rural, the county is required to have a building code and a building department. If you don't have a statewide code, then most counties are able to say, we're not going to do that.
And basically, that's Agenda 21. It's global, standardized coding, and you find out in these states that do that, it's federal, but really that's international.
That's exactly right. So then we talk about food production. What's the length of the growing season? How capable are you versus altitude, soil, and other things? The health environment. We talk about pollution, the water quality. Talk about traffic. You know, just nobody has all of this criteria in their analysis of the competing books. What the traffic are in the key metros, because that really affects your ability to get out of Dodge when you need to. We give a political rating, how liberal, how conservative the state is. We talk about taxes. We give a synopsis. There's a whole chapter on taxes. Which are the no income tax states? What are the income tax rates? What are the overall spending of the states? Some states spend double per capita that other states do, like New Jersey is one of the worst states. And so we give a rating on taxes. We give a corruption rating. And this was very difficult to ferret out, to research. Very difficult because most corruption is concealed. But we were able to ferret out some pretty good corruption ratings for each state. We give crime ratings on the state. Personal liberty ratings, we rate it from 1 to 5. California is low. We give a gun liberty rating. California is terrible. One of the few states we gave a terrible rating to. No permit to purchase firearms. Any rifle with a magazine is banned as an assault weapon. Registration is required for all pre-banned weapons. No out-of-production guns may be brought into the state, including vintage weapons. It has a may issue, effectively a no issue concealed weapons permit from the sheriff's office, and no recognition of other state concealed weapons permits. That's the kind of detail that is really helpful in picking a state when you want to.
Talk about a death trap, though. I mean, Southern California, if things unravel in any way, it is going to look like absolute hell.
That's right, but I'll tell you, California is a mix in that regard. It's got some very good retreat areas if it wasn't that it's in California. It's in the socialist state of the Union. It's in the most highly regulated state of the Union. And yet it's got some beautiful areas in the Sierra Mountains and things, and we'll talk about that when I show you the map. We talk about alternative medicine. This is very important. A lot of people keep asking me and says, are you going, to tell us how to get our meds? And I said, forget your meds. Meds are not going to be had in a crisis. Learn to use alternative medicine now and get into states which allow alternative medicine, because then that little mini industry isn't stifled. You have naturopaths, you have chiropractors who know how to prescribe good nutrition, etc. I talk about homeschooling freedom. This is going to be very important. Another thing on alternative medicine you need to be aware of is that hospitals someday are going to become a screening, filtering mechanism to screen out homeschoolers, screen out people who believe in discipline. Because
they already admit that. They say it's going to be the new tyranny to enforce all the surveillance.
And vaccinations and those, and it's very deadly.
California just passed a law where they vaccinate kids without parental consent. I mean, that's like red alert exodus.
And so what I'm saying is alternative medicine and lay midwifery freedom in a state is very important, because the ability to have children outside of a hospital with a trained lay midwife is very important to avoiding the trap, the stamp of, we have known stories of women who have said, I don't want vaccines. They take their baby away to the nursery and they come back, oh, we forgot we vaccinated your child.
Or they try to have CPS take them. And that's what's so amazing is how deep the tyranny's already gotten.
And someday there's going to be a litmus test whether or not they'll give your baby back from the nursery. You've got to sign that you don't believe in cruel and unusual discipline like spanking, that you'll have them vaccinated. And they won't give your baby unless you sign on the dotted line. So someday I believe that freedom-loving people are going to have to stay out of the public schools. They should be out of them already, frankly. And they're going to have to stay out of the hospital system. And that means learning to be healthy, learning alternative medicine, good nutrition.
Well, I think it's important to exodus the major cities to create communities of liberty and freedom already. I mean, why wait? Why wait for the threat of biological weapons or collapse? We should be getting the hell out of here to begin with.
But realistically, a lot of people still have to stay close enough to live. A lot of people don't have the liberty of husband and wife. It takes at least a full-time job for a husband and wife to teach at home. So the
globalists did that on purpose.
I understand the limitations, and I realize one of the reasons they made it tough economically is to get the women in the workforce course, to degrade the family and those types of things. But I think if you work hard, if you read through the section on contingency planning and how to, you can work through and start to make progress towards getting out of this kind of society and the traps that they're doing. The last section of detailed knowledge in each state is the military targets. We list every military target in the states, including naval, Army, Air Force, and we list the nuclear plants. Nuclear plants are particularly dangerous because when they do melt down, or if they get hit with a nuclear bomb or nearby and they're damaged and melt down, they are much more dangerous than a nuclear weapon in terms of the residual fallout, the long-term effects of fallout. Then in addition, after the detailed summaries from the threat section, we give specific notes, my personal experience about being in every one of these states, as well as in my blog on joelskousen.com, I've had people contribute what their experience is living in the states. And then one of the most valuable sections of the book is city-state specific strategies, or city-specific strategies, meaning for every major metro area in every state, I go through and explain where are the best places relative to that metro area to relocate relative to the outflows of refugees and how to avoid the bad areas.
So this is a sub-strategy. If you can't afford to move out in the middle of nowhere immediately, you find those pockets that are nearby to the major metro areas.
And I point out the areas that are away from the refugee flows and the specific areas around the city. This is very valuable information. Nobody else does it. So many of the other survival communities simply says, get out, there's no other choice, you're going to die if you stay. I have to be more realistic. I've lived with this. I've worked with people for 40 years, consulting and building residences. I realize that even the best intentioned person who believes like you and I sometimes can't leave, and I want to provide the information that allows them to survive.
I need to be in a major city to be able to find a pool of skilled people to do what I do in the media, to be on the offense, not just on the defense, but you're on the offense while you're building the defense as well. That way you're not all offense or all defense.
Exactly. Now let's go to the California map, and we'll tell you what one of these beautiful graphics looks like. I show in each of these graphics the nuclear targets in the adjoining states as well as within the state itself. And I show the predominant wind direction of those particular targets. You can see that states, areas like San Diego, that's really a dead city. As beautiful as it is, that's where I was born. But with all of the military bases there, multiple targets, nuclear weapons there, that city's going to be toast. Long Beach is still a target in Los Angeles, and there's a few others. Vandenberg Air Force Base, where the missile rocket launches are. There's a few around San Francisco. And I also show in color, these are the blue military reservations within the state. We show land use planning, state and national and federal forests. Why is that important? Because when you're saying, I want to go to the mountains, you've got to realize that you're going to have to get up close to that, but you can't necessarily get in there unless you find what's called an inholder property. And the danger of inholder properties is that the environmental movement eventually wants the government to throw out everyone that's actually surrounded.
They're doing that everywhere.
They are.
I know people in Minnesota, they've been there for over 100 years, their family, they're trying to take it. These are just the most, well, they're communists.
That's right. So you have to be careful of that. I recommend generally that you get up along the edge of these, and there's lots of private land in these areas. California has some beautiful retreat areas, abundant water, beautiful forests. They make for good vacation retreat cabins. Their only problem is you have these high-density population areas, and they're all heading for the hills when something happens. So the chances of getting overwhelmed are good. Better chances of reversing that are to get on the backside of the Sierras so that people have to get over the mountains to get to you. That cleans out and reduces a lot of the people that...
It's like a filter.
That's right. It's like a filter. And so in terms of finding retreats in California, for example, people in San Diego need to get back up here in the foothills. There's a lot of property in these areas. Even though it looks totally green, there's a tremendous amount of private land in that area. And you get behind the mountains so that you're blast zone protected. You can survive in those areas and commute into the area. One of the interesting things that I point out in another part of my book, however, is that for people who have to live in the LA basin, San Diego basin, if you decide to get out, if you're reading my World Affairs Brief and you get advance warning and you get out, you have to get all the way over into Arizona in order to get up to safe areas, because there's only one road out of this, and it goes through Las Vegas, one road. Also Interstate 95, which goes up there, and there's a lot of military targets. And so in order to clear into a safe area like Utah, which is a 5-star state, you've got to get clear over here past Phoenix, or bypass and go up into Flagstaff and get up around the Grand Canyon, also one road. That's how tenuous it is to get to safe locations from this Southern California area.
You got 30+ million people in California.
That's right. So you see, it's very difficult. One of the strategies that I recommend for people who are young enough to learn is to learn how to become a pilot. Being able to fly out of these areas is a great strategy. And it's an industry that's going down, so there's a lot of room, a lot of people hungry to train you and fly you, and it takes a little bit of money, but generally you can get a pilot's license for less than $5,000. So that's another strategy. Let's talk about a safe state now. Let's go to Idaho. Before we go to the Idaho map, I want to go to a general map of the United States to show some strategic value of areas in the east and the west and why Utah and Idaho end up being so highly rated. As we remember, we talked about population densities are extremely high in this eastern area. And in fact, it extends completely over to about halfway through the states of, in the middle of the country. A lot of people out here in the farmland as well. Because of that high population density, none of these states rate anything above 3 in the East Coast. Tennessee is the highest rated state because it's got the Cumberland Plateau. There's this big Appalachian mountain chain here, which kind of is a blocking area for the major population center here. The Cumberland Plateau in Tennessee is a high 1,000-foot plateau. People will tend to infiltrate through the mountains, over the mountains, through the valleys. And when they get into the Tennessee valleys, they're very tempting to stay in the valleys. Nobody wants to climb up a 1,000-foot plateau where there's not a lot of people. That's one of the reasons why this is very good. For the Northeast, they need, there's this Northeast region of the wooded areas of Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont, and upstate New York. Those are the only safe areas. The problem strategically is that once you retreat up there, you're stuck. If it becomes untenable, you can't get back west because these population flows will flow this way and cut off any retreat unless you go up through Canada, if one wants to try to get further west if this becomes untenable. The major refugee flows coming out of the East Coast will be in this population area here. They'll head out through Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Some will go north along that, some will go south this way, trying to avoid the mountains, and that's why we give a lower rating to the southeast states, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. They'll also have all of the refugees flowing out of Florida. This is a 0-rated state as well because it's untenable for survival of this amount of population, and most people will tend to flee south and then west towards Louisiana and Texas.
So that's going to make Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama a disaster zone.
Right. The only good areas that I recommend in these southeastern areas are the northern hill country and mountainous areas. The Ozarks of Arkansas are a good area, southern Missouri. That's the primary destination.
Yeah, a lot of
Midwest.
elites are building bunkers in that area.
That's right, they are. The great advantage that the West has, the far West, now these are your troubled areas here where your population densities are, but centering around Salt Lake City, for example, even though this is not a recommended area itself, and you can see there's a military target in Hill Air Force Base as well as the new NSA computer center, data center there, which makes another additional target. The greatness of the Intermountain West is that you're surrounded by 500 miles of mountains or deserts that keep people from Denver, Los Angeles, San Francisco, or Seattle from getting across those deserts without gasoline, electricity, and other infrastructure. You're not going to walk across those things, I can guarantee you.
It has a huge filter.
It's a huge filter, and that's why this is the safest zone here in the West.
What's the sweet spots? Where do you live?
All right. I live in Utah here and south of this zone here, which I consider the southern and central part of Utah safer than the north because you're cut off from this area here.
How is the gorgeous areas around Monument Valley down here in the south?
Yes, these are all the red rock country of Utah. And the beauty of red rock country is that they're desert, there's very few people. You can survive. The mountains provide the reservoirs of water. There are rivers coming out of all of those mountains. And if you can get water, even though it cannot sustain a great deal of population in these areas, you want that to be a filter. You want people to think, I'm not going to Utah because there's no water. Well, there is water for those that are already there. And there are high-altitude mountains for retreat cabins, which become very inaccessible, in excess of 7,000 to 10,000 feet, where you can get up where very few people can hike and get to. And they're forested here. Now, Colorado has some of the same terrain, but the problem is Denver is a major New World Order center. There's a major concentration camp being prepared in Denver. There are secret bunker systems under the Denver airport. There are black helicopter bases out of Buckley Air Force Base in Colorado.
And just a few miles down the road is Colorado Springs.
There's Colorado Springs, Cheyenne Mountain. I don't know why the powers that be moved NORAD out of Cheyenne Mountain into Peterson Air Force Base. It makes the city an obliterated target. And I have recommended everyone in Colorado Springs who hears my voice needs to be relocated so they're not there, because the powers that be have made a major Air Force base within the city as a target. Omaha, Nebraska, of course, is Offutt Air Force Base. That's the alternate Cheyenne Mountain here, and that's where all of the powers that be went during the 9/11. That's where the president went. That's where Warren Buffett had all of the CEOs, top CEOs from the World Trade Center at Offutt Air Force Base. You can't tell me that they didn't know what was coming on. Now, Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming are, to a certain extent, in many regards, better than Utah.
I got to stop you. How weird is that? It was in the news that they had hundreds of these top people. Before it even happened, they were all there for a special announcement. What was said in that hangar? What was done? I mean, did they say, look, you've seen what's happened, get in line? I mean, that talk about bizarre.
It is. Unfortunately, nobody's talked. We don't know. They won't give a list of who was there, although we do know that some of the CEOs that survived were at Offutt Air Force Base.
Yeah, who would have been in the World Trade Centers that day?
That's right, who would have been in the World Trade. They had advance notice. Now, I'm not saying that everyone who left knew what was happening to the World Center, but certainly Buffett knew. Certainly, he's shown himself to be an insider player.
And that's the excuse to get him out. And plus, they're acting secretive about it. That shows you something was going on.
That's right. So there are some advantages to being to the north in more hostile climate in terms of, and this is the area right here, which Jim Rawls of the Survival Blog has his redoubt, which he feels is the safest area, but that's from a military standoff point of view. I don't subscribe necessarily to that for most people. Very few people are capable of engaging in a military standoff. I also give high credence to areas that have a high population base of people of the Mormon faith because they're preparedness-oriented. They have a lot of food storage, a lot more than the population in general.
Shifting gears, I noticed Montana and North Dakota has incredible nuke strike points.
That's right. These are where your missile fields are still remaining in the United States, and that's why I give a very poor rating to anything in this area here. But there's a mountain range separating this safe area here, and that is not a missile strike area. That's a Bureau of Land Management area here. But this is where Pastor Chuck Baldwin went with his people, Whitefish, Montana, Kalispell, Montana. It's a very good area. The problem with these areas, they are very safe. They are a long distance away from, how should I say, civilization. So you got to take 2 hops to get to a major port like Seattle or other place where you can fly out. So if you're running a business, if you have to travel, that's why for most people, this area around Salt Lake City, even though I don't recommend the city itself, this area is much more user-friendly in terms of getting...
Moving quickly, tell me about the Midwest. Tell me about Austin, where we're at. Tell me about...
All right, so Texas, and what I really need to do is shift to a different map here. These are the safe areas outlined in yellow here. And let's talk about Texas a little bit. We have accentuated, this has been enhanced graphically to show population in red. Every one of these dots are thousands of people. And what we've shown here is like an arterial system. This is where your danger zones are, where large population centers are. San Antonio is a large one. Dallas-Fort Worth is the largest. Houston is a large one here. And you have to realize that those population centers, when these cities die through cutoff of supplies and infrastructure, are going to get out in the hinterland. Most people are going to try to follow roads to get to a place where they have relatives or they know other people. They're not going to make it. The freeways are going to be crowded. They're going to run out of gasoline. They're going to run out of food. And then they're going to start to go north and south of those freeways. And that's why these areas here are away from those patterns. This in the southeast Texas area, the pine forest, this is beautiful country around Palestine, Texas, etc.
Yeah, we've got a ranch right there.
Yeah. There's a lot of beautiful land here, but there's a lot of little towns there. In other words,
well, when hurricanes hit, they had one a few years ago, crime exploded as everybody got flushed out of Houston. And literally the millions of illegals, that was one of the big problems. It just poured up into these areas. But a bunch of people got shot when they were trying to rob and stuff. But it was a crime wave up here as everybody got driven out of Houston when it flooded.
So these are what I would call macro recommendations, meaning these are general areas where you want to find specific. It doesn't mean that everything is as safe as everything else here. I give specific recommendations in the book of how to find specific safe properties.
It's just if you're going to be in Texas, here are safer areas.
That's right.
Here are bug out routes.
Right. These are the areas, and these are the dangerous areas that you don't want to be anywhere near close. Remember, you can look at these as pockets of high-density people that when things are cut off, they suddenly triple their size, and everything around that becomes compromised as they expand out to look for food. So even though you may right now have a real nice piece of property outside of Austin, if you're 20 minutes away, the chances are it's going to get overwhelmed at some point. So you need a leapfrog strategy for minor, moderate catastrophes. You can survive 20 minutes out, but then you need a cabin out there in the hill country further on that's out there so far that nobody's going to walk to it. That's the basic strategy. And as you see in this of the Midwest here, you see these huge areas, Detroit and Chicago and Columbus and Cincinnati. And even though there's a lot of rural, and you drive through those areas and you think, gee, this is still very rural, you've got to look at these depictions that we've made of how dense these populations are. And when they spread out, all of these areas around those are going to be compromised. And so you have to be pretty far away to even have any chance of surviving. And you're much better off when you start getting further west, where it gets.
And just watch what the elites do. It's on the news. They're building bunkers and castles and armored redoubts in the Ozarks.
That's right.
I mean, it's amazing. And I know you've built some of these homes or advised on them.
That's right. So let's go to Idaho then, if you want to bring up the map of Idaho, and we'll talk about a safe state and some specific areas in this. Now, Idaho has Boise here, which is the only economically viable area for people who have high-income jobs, technical jobs. Boise's kind of a new technical center. This is a beautiful farming valley along the Snake River. Good areas on either side of this. This is all irrigated farmland. This is a little better out here in terms of being away from the main freeways. Very few people come up this way. But this is a beautiful retreat area here, lots of farmlands here. This is Jackson Hole over here, which is not a good area. But this is a beautiful mountained, forested area here where lots of high mountain cabins, and yet you can grow crops down here in this area. This, however, this just shows how I point out in the book, climate plays a role. This is the Rocky Chain coming down here, and then it goes down into Utah. Your cold mountain air from Canada comes sweeping down in here, and you get some very severe cold winters. These areas are almost 15 degrees warmer in the winter than these areas because these mountains keep this cold air from coming back into this area. This is a banana belt here in Idaho around Lewiston. One of the top retreat areas here is along the Nez Perce River. This is where Kuskia is. This is the Nez Perce Indian Reservation, which I don't recommend you get on. because of the sensitivity of minorities taking back their land, even if they contract with you. But here you get Columbia River, moist northwest air. You get trees growing down at the 2,500 foot level, conifer trees, whereas here in the high mountain and in Utah, you don't get conifers up till 6,000 feet. It takes snow to melt to grow conifers. But here you get enough rain from the northwest coming over that you have a microcosm. This is like northwest climate clear up here into the panhandle of Idaho. A lot of beautiful areas here, Boundary County, around Sandpoint, Idaho, no building codes up in Boundary County. This is where Hayden Lake is, where the Aryan Nation was. They have been rooted out. This was a government operation of playing like they were neo-Nazis. They had hired Pastor Butler to run that organization, but they're cleared out now and gone. So this is healing. I don't normally ever recommend people get around a government-operated survivalist or phony survivalist community because it gives the whole...
And they're looking to set people up.
And they're looking to set people up. So you don't want to join survivalist groups that are very public, militia groups. You want to be supportive, but if you join, all of those organizations get infiltrated. Very dangerous to be a part of it. So I recommend informal networks of people.
This concludes the main body of the documentary film Strategic Relocation with Joel Skousen. If you get the DVD at InfoWarsStore.com for your library, it has an expanded extras section dealing with securing the home itself. That is really just a gateway into truly securing your home. And Joel Skousen breaks that down in his book, The Secure Home, also available at InfoWarsStore.com. And of course, of all of these materials that Joel Skousen's produced, the book itself is simply amazing, and everyone needs to have this. I know I certainly have multiple copies in my home and also in my car because it serves as an amazing roadmap in major cities for routes that the general public doesn't use in case of large traffic jams, and just dozens of other things. Water quality in the area, nuclear reactors, military base sites, where foreign nuclear attacks are targeted. Hats off to Joel Skousen and his team for putting together these books, and hats off to my team, Rob Jacobson, Darren McBreen, Rob Dew, and the rest of the InfoWars crew for putting together Strategic Relocation, the film. So again, I invite all of you to start getting prepared today. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, and things that you think are really hard to do are actually easier than you think and quite exciting. Last week on the radio, in closing, I told the story of how I would go on the hike and bike trail and hike, and I see people running on really rough trails with no shoes. And I was thinking a few weeks ago on an 8-mile hike trying to get in shape, I remember being a kid running around in the woods by my house and down the street and down gravel roads without shoes in the summer. And then I remembered how during the winter I'd have boots on or shoes and my feet would be soft at the first of the summer, but by the end they were like shoes. I mean, God gave us great design where we have basically shoes that keep regrowing the soles. And so I went for a mile walk without shoes on a gravel gully trail, and the first few hundred yards it was torture. All of a sudden my feet went numb, and I was able to jog back the half-mile back and only got a few cuts on my feet. And now I'm growing even bigger calluses. And my point is, it's like that politically or anything. You've just got to start applying pressure to the system that you know what they're doing, while at the same time getting yourself prepared and warning others. This is a life and death situation we're talking about, and that's why we put together this preparedness film. I'm Alex Jones signing off for the Infowars.com team. Please use the internet and this information while it's still here. The system is moving towards curtailing free speech, not just here, but worldwide.
So let's go to the East Coast now, Alex, and explain one of the more difficult states to get out of and live in. We're going to talk about New Jersey. New Jersey is a zero-rated state, like Florida and Hawaii. It's just got a tremendous amount of difficulties to overcome. It isn't to say there aren't some nice rural farm areas in New Jersey, but New Jersey has the problem that is backed up by all of this population center, Staten Island, Manhattan, and everybody's going out through Jersey even to get up towards New York. So this is one of the most difficult things to consider as well when you consider you've got Philadelphia right here, so that you're sandwiched, and even people trying to go this way is going to run smack into the social unrest of Philadelphia. Going down south in terms of retreats is a problem because you've got this Delaware River coming up here. You're cut off except for a few bridges. There's nothing worse than trying to retreat and having millions of people come down there and get stuck at a bridge where nobody can get across. So I have taken time in the book to give a very specific example of how you plan if you have to live in New York and you're living in a suburb of Newark, for example, of how to get out of this area and how carefully you have to plan. I'm going to switch to this larger map now to indicate how to do this. This is Newark, Manhattan here, Staten Island. In our example, we've got a family living in Livingston. This is in a suburb, and there are miles and miles and waves of suburbs. They don't start to really get rural until you get out about this far. This is a close-up of where we live in Livingston here, and it shows the problem. We've got freeways here and here, and a lot of people don't realize that these freeways are trap zones. You cannot cross the freeways unless you find an entrance or an off-ramp or an exit. And I believe that in a crisis, not only will the freeways be packed full of people, that all of the on-ramps and the off-ramps will be packed with people too, and you won't be able to cross the freeway, even if you don't want to get on the freeway. But in every freeway, there are a few places. One is right here. This road goes under the freeway, and there is no off-ramp or any on-ramp. So you can scoot on by that freeway and get going further on. This is another alternate route that I planned out here. These are all rural roads, non-major or secondary roads that also go under the freeway here. It's very, very important. You've got river obstacles here. You've got to watch for bridges. You've got to plan various bridge routes to make sure that you can get across there. So now going back into the larger map, we're trying to avoid Picatinny Arsenal, which is a secondary nuclear target here. We'll stay away, give them a wide berth. The freeway goes much, much too close to that area. If you ever do, by the way, get on a freeway, you want to make sure that you get on past any major cities so that there isn't anything to block your way. You take 80, which is the better freeway in getting out. It takes you up towards northern Pennsylvania. It's the clearest route out of the east to take Interstate 80. 78 takes you right into Philadelphia. Not a good freeway to get on. You're going to have to get off before that. And you have to get around these areas, mostly through secondary roads if you're going to bypass Philadelphia. If this is clear, if you get on after Susquehanna, your chances of getting all the way to near Buffalo are pretty good on that freeway. But for our example here, we're going to take and do a retreat in a rural town called Newton here. And the alternate routes are the ones in gray. This is the main route that we've chosen. Tried to avoid bridges, but you can't with this many rivers here. Once on a rural road, we want to avoid going through the town of Susquehanna. So this is our primary route, even though it goes longer and further away to get to Newton. This is the preferred route. You really want secondary roads, not freeways, that go through a few towns, and it's very difficult to find because secondary roads do go through towns.
So basically, wherever you live, you should at least think about evacuation routes that aren't on the main road. I mean, when it's Friday night, you can't get home because of the traffic. Whenever there's a hurricane, it creates traffic all over the state as everybody drives up. People die on the highway. They get stuck for days. They run out of gas. I mean, if you get a real collapse or a war or an attack, it would just be bedlam.
That's right. One of the interesting things to practice is during maximum traffic hour, when even the secondary roads in a town going to places are pretty full of traffic, try to map out a route where you only go on the residential streets and time yourself, and you'll find generally you'll get through faster by sticking just to the residential. And that simulates.
I already do that.
That simulates what you would do, is actually go down residential roads that just have houses on either side that are not a secondary road. But this is the key. The key is finding, and you have to do this With Google Maps, if you get to Google Earth or satellite view, you can zoom in close enough that you can see, if you follow this freeway with your mouse, you can find areas that don't have an on-ramp or an off-ramp. And that's the secret for getting through.
But bottom line, if you can, don't live in New York or New Jersey. Don't live in Hawaii. Don't live in Florida. And if you're going to have to live in one of these other states, live near enough to one of these safer pockets.
That's right. And what I tell people is that you do have time. I'm convinced that the scenarios that we talked about of economic collapse are not going to occur precipitously. The dollar cannot be devalued. A devaluation refers to a fixed rate compared to another currency that is allowed to make one get lopsided. And a devaluation occurs, they change the fixed rate, and suddenly it's worth 30% less. That can't happen with the dollar. It's not pegged to any other currency. Other currencies are pegged to the dollars that have fixed rates. They can collapse.
So the dollar's the world reserve currency. All they can do is slowly debase it.
That's right. That's all they can do. And the base is so big that it's going to take a long while to debase $400 trillion and turn it into...
But it's causing the other currencies to accelerate their debasement. So that's, the experts think there's some trigger point where it accelerates the devaluation.
Well, I'm not so sure, because we have to remember that the other currencies love U.S. inflation. That allows them to hide their increased inflation and still stay equal with the dollar. So there really aren't a lot of people in international banking circles that are against dollar devaluation.
Bottom line, the globalists have thought this out.
They have thought this out. They're protecting themselves. It's got a long way to go. I'm predicting a downhill slide till they have an exit strategy. War will solve it all.
Then they can erase it all.
They can erase it all.
Forced assured.
We walk away blameless.
But here's the question. Why are they digging in? People say, Alex, why are you concerned about this? Why are the elite digging in?
Because they don't want, and they know that the world population, especially the U.S. population, will not accept boiling the frog forever. At some point, they will rebel. I'll tell you, when they have to go defend a wetlands violation in The Hague and hire an international attorney, you're going to have hell to pay politically. They're going to say, get us out of that treaty, get us out. We demand to remove from the United Nations. That would start to happen if they really started to...
They've got us under UNESCO trying to ban people doing chores on the farm. Again, they know, I agree with you, they're accelerating their program. I agree, they want to do it long term, but it's a catch-22. Long term, yeah, they can get it done, but they don't have long term because we're checkmating them. So it's almost like the Patriot Liberty movement is so successful, we're almost driving them into a confrontation.
Where they have to choose war as the ultimate thing to knock down the opposition. The war knocks down all opposition.
So then why not go ahead and give in to them? I'm not saying that, but if we're driving them into doing this, which I agree, then why do we do the right thing? Because justice be done, may the heavens fall.
We can't give in. It's against our principles. We can't just walk in and say we give up.
So it's better to confront them and force them to react on our turf than to just lay down.
Absolutely, because at least we build a remnant. This is to me, it doesn't matter if I don't believe that we can win back the whole nation. My purpose is to do what's right, convert as many people as possible, leave the rest up to the Lord, create a remnant, and out of that remnant, He can inspire them to band together to build liberty anew. But I believe personally that we'll build liberty anew in pockets, not as an entire nation. A nation has to go through tribulation, retribution, collapse and fall before it rises again. And it starts like the U.S. did as a pocket. You can't reform London. You couldn't reform England. They tried for nearly 100 years.
But you create the pockets on common sense and biblical principles, and then it expands again.
That's right. We have no other colonies. There's no more Americas to discover, but there are out-of-the-way wilderness places.
It's like rediscovering freedom, colonies of freedom.
That's right. And we're going to build colonies of freedom around the world, and most of them are going to be in the United States because that's where most of the freedom, educated, loving
But they'll
people
have
are.
such success that it will then become an example. Instead of America now being this model of evil, did you see where the communist Chinese used the NDAA as an excuse to pass a similar law?
Yes, yes.
I mean, now America's gone from the light on the hill to this dark light.
And in fact, the Russians themselves have increased their sophistication about the use of conspiracy and feigning weakness through watching the American globalists do it to us. And in fact, that's what Russia Today, RT television, is focusing its attention on American conservatives. American conservatives keep thinking, wow, we got a television station that tells the truth. Well, they're not telling the truth because they like us. They know that it will foment division, and they hope to capitalize on that someday. But these KGB disinformation outfits are not our friend, even though they tell the truth a good portion of the time.
I've noticed they let me on RT America that's just focused here. They do not have me.
That's right.
They do not have me on the big global one that's actually on broadcast TV in Europe. Watson says, because I have guys that work for me over in England, or they contract for me over there writing articles, great minds, and they say, yeah, this is on broadcast TV here, not just on cable. But that's the big RT. But they'll have me on to talk about it here, but it's compartmentalized.
That's right. Absolutely. So my message to your audience here today is prepare wisely in advance. I've got plenty of information about doing contingency planning, that you don't have to make the leap before you're ready, but do it wisely, prepare stages. There's dozens of strategies that people can implement successfully, evade these problems, get out of town when you need to, but they need to read the book.
They do. And the book, ladies and gentlemen, is available at Infowars.com. Strategic Relocation, North American Guide to Safe Places, 3rd edition. And also when you order it at Infowars.com, you'll get other evil contraband like a pocket constitution, Infowars bumper stickers, free added to that. We also carry books on Agenda 21 and a lot more at Infowars.com. But this is invaluable. It's the best book out there, and that's why I'm promoting it. I also hope you'll get copies of this DVD presentation and give it to everyone you know, so they'll at least start the process of thinking about protecting themselves, because the government can't and won't protect you. It is up to you in the final equation. That's it for this extended breakdown. Great job, Joel Skousen of World Affairs Brief. We're going to also have some extras here on the DVD that expand on how to secure your redoubt or your bug out location, that cabin, if you're able to secure it. So that's coming up in the expanded extras. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to Infowars Nightly News. It's Thursday, November 8th, 2012. This is Mike Adams, the Health Ranger, filling in tonight. And here's a look at what we have straight ahead for you.
Tonight on the Infowars Nightly News, the UN and President Obama use the Second Amendment as target practice. Then, the feds refuse to take their sticky fingers off the sticky green. Can the will of the people prevail? And Alex Jones can't avoid the Obamanoids.
God, you're nuts. You are a freaking wacko. You know that?
Mm-hmm. You bet. Crazy like
You're
a fox, too. Mm-hmm.
All that and more coming up on the Infowars Nightly News.
All right, we've got one heck of a show lined up for you tonight. Lots of interviews and special reports straight ahead, as you just saw. Now, the first story for tonight is the rise of Obamunism. And why do we call it Obamunism? Because, of course, we are seeing a wave of communist type of mentality now emerging in the American culture. There has been a vote of confidence, you might say, for communistic type of economic policies. But more importantly, we're seeing the rise of violent rhetoric. That also indicates that we may be looking at a type of communism-oriented so-called